Uh-oh. Oh, it works. Hello, it's me. You. I. Wait, what now? Wait, let me think. I. Da, da, da. Oh my God. Good morning. I'm tired too. Jane, thank you for saying that. Can I just say thank you for saying that, Jane? Because I am fucking whipped. And I don't understand it. I don't really understand it. I'm whipped. My skin is bad. Let's get this fucked Financial Friday started. Yeah, hell yeah. We're all in a great space for it. It's amazing. It's amazing how much we're in a great space for it. I'm so tired. Why? Is it Friday? It's Friday. Well, that's good. I mean, that's good. I mean, I'm not a working person right now, so I don't have a Friday. I mean, my every day is my Friday, I guess. Sounds a lot more fun than it is actually. Hi, Gimme Coffee. How the heck are ya? How the heck are ya? Welcome to Freaky Friday. Freaky Financial Friday. I love the word freaky. That's a great word. Well, good morning and happy Friday and welcome to Wake and Bake with Lolo. I'm so happy you're here. I'm so glad. Today we're gonna dive into the deep end of the Puel. Oh, spring break! Woo 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 woo. Are you going anywhere? Are you going anywhere? Give me coffee. Maybe, maybe not. Maybe, maybe not. Um, Everyone else must be tired too. I think so. No, I totally understand. Let me tell you. Let me tell you. It is definitely understandable. Um, but yeah, so here we are. Fucked Financial Fridays. Let's see. I'm just gonna check and see what's happening this morning because frankly, frankly, oh well, the Dow Jones opened down 300 points. How about that? Sleepyheads haven't shown up yet. Hi, Neil. Yay. Neil, we were so worried about you yesterday. Did you know that? Literally, the chat, I can't remember who brought it up first, but someone was like, oh, where's Neil? We can't start until Neil gets here. And I thought that was so sweet. I thought that was so sweet. So good morning, my friends. How are you? I think, oh no, oh my, no need to worry. Was doing errands all over the place. No, Neil, we're not stalking you. I understand. No. But I just thought it was sweet that people were like, wait, Neil's usually here first. And that's very kind. And you know what? No one is required to show up. So just know that I won't say, yes, be flattered. Thank you. That's it. That's the spirit. Ooh. Oh my lordy lordy. I got the fucked Financial Friday blues. I got the fucked Financial Friday blues. I got the fucked Financial Friday blues. Neil, you're allowed to do chores, but during those times you will be missed. Just know you will be missed. It's so lovely to be missed. I think that's a great thing. And I know Neil appreciates it. All right. Yeah, well, okay, so the market's down. Boop boop. Bird crashes on Peter Ducey's report. Landed on my head. I don't know. We're gonna watch some clips later on, but I am gonna read the thing I'm gonna start out with. I want to start out by reading the actual Mar-a-Lago Accord. I know that's kind of like reading their propaganda, but I don't really know what's in it, and I think it would be, well, I'm just curious, and it's my show. No one else was available to make cringy jokes. That's right. No. Very cute. So I'm fresh if you need to go to the bullpen. Great. Excellent. Put me in, coach. I'm ready to play today. Put me in, coach. I'm ready to play today. Look at me. I can be Santa Field. Wah, 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 wah. Ooh. I think a bird landed on Peter Ducey's head. Wait, we've got to see this. Hold on. Hey, everybody. I think a bird landed on Peter Ducey's head. Let's go see.
Peter Ducey is live.
Shush. We're not. We want you to be waiting for us because we are we want it to be perfect. For no one to have heard it. Give me coffee. Give me coffee, 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 coffee. Ooh, 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 ooh. All right, let's start with a little bit of Peter Ducey getting shit on by a bird. I'm looking forward to this. I went looking online for Mar-a-Lago Accord to read it, but all I could find was analysis pieces. I want to know what the damn thing says. Me too, Neil. Me too. And we're going to find out what it says. But first, we're going to watch a bird shit on Peter Ducey.
Now to a Fox News alert. China escalating the ongoing trade war with the United States, raising the tariffs on U.S. goods to 125%.
Peter Ducey is live at the White House with the details. Good morning, Peter.
Good morning. They did raise the tariffs overnight, but the Chinese are putting out the word now today that they are done matching the Trump U.S. tariffs. So they got them up to 125%, but the Chinese officials are telling us that they don't think it's worth matching tariff for tariff anymore with these economic sanctions that they call a joke.
Yeah. So they're going to sell all their debt.
First country coming to actually make a deal with the United States over tariffs? Is it days, months?
Well, I think it's very close, but we have to have a deal that we like. We don't want a deal that's going to be a bad deal, or no. I could make every deal in one day if I wanted to.
Really, you can't.
Extend the pause?
Yeah.
You can't.
We'll have to see what happens at that time.
God.
So the Chinese rate on U.S. imports is now 125%.
So, hey, businesses, you
and
can't
the
plan
U.S.
a
rate
thing.
on Chinese
Congratulations.
imports, 145% overall. That's higher than yesterday because the existing 20% fentanyl tariffs were left off the calculation.
They're left.
The president is also warning Mexico today that they owe
Wait, what? They left off the existing 20% when they made the 125% announcement? Are you what? What? They left it off? What is happening? Like, who? Jameson Greer or whoever is issuing like the trade shit? What is happening? Like, I should actually, you know what? We should watch Stephanie Rule's opening last night. I heard a little bit about that.
0.3 million
Oh my
acres
God.
of
What did you guys vote
acres
for?
to Texas under a 1944 water treaty. He wrote,
Every day
My
it's a new
Agriculture Secretary
mistake.
Brooke Rollins is standing up for Texas farmers, and we
No,
will
she's
keep
not.
escalating consequences, including tariffs and maybe even sanctions, until Mexico honors the treaty and gives Texas the water they are owed. And there's a great item in the Wall Street Journal today about how these negotiations, these trade deals the White House is taking on typically take years each. But the White House wants to get them all done in the next several weeks.
Oh, really,
we will see
Neil?
President Trump later on this morning when he is on his way to Walter Reed for his annual physical. Back to you.
All right, Peter,
Gosh, I hope he comes back with a terrible disease. Sorry.
As
I mean,
much
he
as
would wish
wants
the
to
same
put
for
out,
me. So.
They are big sticklers with HIPAA for the president. So
yeah,
as
it
much
will
as he wants to
bankrupt
put
us.
out, we should get in the next couple weeks.
And Peter, on this trade thing, do you think it caught the administration by surprise that China could went from 84 to over 100?
No, if you talk to folks around here, they think it is the plan working. They think
it's
that
great.
is China recognizing there is a limit to how far they can go in this trade war that White House officials believe
fentanyl in
is
the Mexican
basically
water.
the U.S. and every other country now against China.
That's right.
Peter, one more question. What about the water in Lawrence's state in Texas? They're saying that belongs to the U.S. Where is the water?
Oh, my God.
What bodies of water are they talking about?
That is a great question, Ainsley. I am learning about this on Truth Social, like a lot of people this morning, and so we can get. I don't want to say the wrong water, but it's 1.3 million acres.
Well, we already have the Gulf of America.
Right.
So.
Yeah, Peter, I appreciate
Bird just landed on my head.
what is going on. What was that about?
I did not like that at all.
Peter, the back of your hair is standing up now.
I mean, you got good hair, though.
What is going on?
That's probably so dirty.
I had to be scared.
It's probably so dirty.
Did he say dirty or scary?
I know.
Hey, President Trump, if you're watching upstairs, we got to do something about these birds.
Absolutely.
Where's the Park Service? The parks, they're always out here sweeping the street and blowing, except when the birds are landing on my head.
I hope
Sorry about that.
it didn't have the flu.
Hope it flew up your ass. I hope it didn't have
great.
the flu.
Yeah.
Thanks, Peter.
Can we get the shampoo guy down here?
Right. Somebody get some 10X. All right.
That had to be scary.
Terrible.
Behind,
big
he wasn't
bird,
That was a
chasing
big
it.
Poor
bird.
It was
Peter.
like a
And it
cardinal
came back
just
from a
dropping in.
flyback as well.
Right.
You know,
Peter
I think
douchebag.
China knows exactly who they're dealing with here.
Oh,
I
do
remember
they?
in 2017,
God, I hate this
the president
guy.
invited the President Xi
He's such a simp.
to Mar-a-Lago to have dinner. And in the middle of that dinner, he steps away and goes and orders a strike on Syria. So he understands the toughness of
Are you
Trump.
kidding?
He knew this was going to be a back and forth. I think.
Okay, wait a minute. This man, who is a total simp for Trump, he is the worst. Of the Fox hosts, the guy on the end is, well, actually on either end, frankly, but he's a dick. And it is not a sign of toughness to get up from a dinner at your country club and go tell someone to kill people. That's not strength. And then I think the story goes, he came back and told Xi all about it, exposing information about our military to an adversary, basically. Oh, my chat is stuck here. My chat is stuck. Wait, I can't see. Wait. Oh, Neil, you're in blue. Okay, that's what it was. I'm sorry, I was confused why you're in blue over there. Anyway, I was like, is my chat stuck? No. Badger, how are you doing, darling? Yeah, yeah. That's what happened in 2017 with Xi. It was bad. It was actually a sign of weakness that an American president would be so so fucking flip with his own national security. So I'm sure what she actually took away from that is, oh, this guy's an idiot. Good morning, Teresa. How are you, T? Sister, how you doing? I got all my sisters with me. Ooh, we are family. Ooh. Hey, be thinking of a movie, by the way, folks, because I don't have movies picked out for tonight yet. I'll look at Max's list for our midnight piece, but I need a movie to watch tonight. It's got to be good. All right, well, that's Peter Ducey. I think we've seen enough. We've heard enough. We've seen enough. It's enough. Anyways. Yeah, so it is Mar-a-Lago Accord Friday. That's right. You guessed it. Cereal Mom. Oh, that's kind of a cute idea. I like that idea. I was waiting also for GP because he's in Australia, and for him to watch movies with us, it's easier for him to watch it if he can parallel watch. So I want to find one that he can access, but let's ask him. Hopefully, I don't know. I don't think he's listening, and that's fine. I got all my sisters with me. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Just opening my bookmarks. Hold on just a moment, darlings. I'm looking for my bookmarks. Bookmarks. It's a bookmark. Are you kidding? Restructuring. I got all the stars are closer. All the stars are closer. Ooh. Ooh. All the stars are closer. Ooh. Can I read it there? I guess I can. Yeah, I can do that. I don't. Is that too big? Yeah, that's too big. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. I'm gonna need it a little bigger though. Where's that? All the stars are closer. Let's see. Where's my? See? Put the money in the bag, see? All right, well, we'll try this, but it might be too hard to see. And yeah, see, that's so hard to see. I don't get it. I don't get it. Oops. 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 Oh, no. I know what I'm doing wrong. Ah, there we go. Perfect. Well, welcome. Max, how about Devil's Nightmare? Perfect. Devil's Nightmare it is. Well, we'll find out. But sometimes he finds it, he can, I don't know. We'll see. But we should check. So Devil's Nightmare. Okay. As far as John Waters' movie, I did mention Desperate Living the other day since it's backwards day. Ooh, wait. I got to write that down. Hold on, everybody, because I'll forget. Because I don't have a brain. La 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 la. Look at my pen. Isn't my pen cute? Okay. Here we go. So I'm going to check Devil's Nightmare. And what was it? Desperate Living. Okay. Perfect. Hi, Peace Love. How are you, darling? How are you? How are you, beautiful? All right. Welcome to the Mar-a-Lago Accord. Yeah. All right. So, as I've said in the past, the Mar-a-Lago Accord is a document that was written by Hudson Bay Capital, which is funny enough, where a certain guy named Stephen Mirren works, and Stephen Mirren is currently serving as the chair of the Economic Council of Advisors to the president. And Stephen Mirren, in November of 2024, wrote a little paper. Oh, thank you, Jane. Thank you. No problem. And he's in their time zone, close to 7. He last posted close to 7 a.m. in there. Oh, okay, great, perfect. Oh, I'm good, thanks, darling. I'm good. I am feeling somewhat, I guess, vindicated. And I won't go into it, but I just want to say that one of the things I hate the most in life is bullies. I don't like bullies. And I hope that some comeuppance is coming for some bullies. I really do. Because they usually win. And I'd like this time for them not to. So, I don't know. You know what? You make a bed and you lie in it. That's what happens. And I'm comfortable in my bed. So there. All right. But really, more importantly than petty bullshit is the fact that it is helpful to me in times of trouble. Mother Mary comes to me and says, read something. Wait, what's that song? When I'm sadness standing right in front of me, speaking words of wisdom, just read. Just read, just read, just read, just read. Whisper words of wisdom, just read. I know that's not what Mother Mary says in that song, but you know what? She might. she might. She might mean it. All right, sweet. Whoop. But let's read this. So Stephen Mirren currently, after writing this, is now the head of the economic advisors to the president. Yep, that's a big deal. That's a big deal. And we're going to watch some Stephen Mirren clips as part of this because I pulled a couple. Yeah, I did. He's really, really, he is like that skin tag, that sometimes old people get. Those big skin tags that people get sometimes. Hi, Jane. I wonder. Good morning, Jane. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Welcome to Wake and Bake Fuck Financial Fridays. Yeah, I'm Lolo. Let's read about the Mar-a-Lago Accord because my belief, or at least what I think, is that obviously since this man wrote this, some of these concepts must be filtering through somehow into our current economic state. Okay. Anyway. It's a little bit long. It's like 41 pages. We might not read the whole thing, but we're going to try and jump through at least the most important parts. I actually haven't read it. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm like absolutely not the best like streamer. But I like collaborative learning. And so today we're doing some collaborative learning. All right, here's the executive summary, November 2024. The desire to reform the global trading system and put American industry on fairer ground vis-a-vis the rest of the world has been a consistent theme for President Trump for decades. We may be on the cusp of generational change in international trade and financial systems. No shit, Sherlock. The root of the economic imbalances lie in persistent dollar overvaluation, and that prevents the balancing of international trade. And this overvaluation is driven by inelastic demand for reserve assets. Some of this I don't understand either, by the way, because I'm not a monetary policy person. But again, in the interest of learning. As global GDP grows, it becomes increasingly burdensome for the United States to finance the provision of reserve assets and the defense umbrella as the manufacturing and tradable sectors bear the brunt of the costs. In this essay, I attempt to catalog some of the available tools for reshaping these systems, the trade-offs that accompany the use of those tools, and policy options for minimizing side effects. This is not policy advocacy. But is it? Isn't it? Come on, Stephen. Isn't it? Isn't it? Oh, I love learning with Lolo. My favorite part of the morning. Please don't take it from me. Coffee wasn't the same. Oh, love you. Recall inelastic assets from Stringer Bell's business class. Ah, there you go. It's a paradox. I'm a walking paradox. No, I don't think I am. I don't know I am. I might be, but I don't think I am. In this essay, I attempt to catalog some of the available tools for reshaping the systems. Oh, that's right. I read that. Blah, 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 blah. Tariffs provide revenue, and if offset by currency adjustments, present minimal inflationary, oops, hold my beer, the inflation rate says, or otherwise adverse side effects, like a crashed market. Is that what you mean, Stephen? Learning with Lolo is fun. Consistent with the experience in 2018 to 2019. While currency offset can inhibit adjustments to trade flows, okay, I don't really understand that. It suggests that tariffs are ultimately financed by the tariffed nation, that'd be us, while whose real purchasing power and wealth decline. Oh, the tariffed nation. I see, the other nation. Okay. And that the revenue raised improves the burden sharing for reserve asset provision. Okay, I think I understand a little bit about that. So while devaluing your currency can impact adversely, I guess, adjustments to trade flows, it suggests that tariffs are ultimately financed by the tariff nation. So he's saying that the 145% on China is really ultimately financed by China. Thank you. Nodded from doorway, slunk into corner. Right. Okay. At the tariff nation, in this case, let's just say China, whose real purchasing power and wealth decline, and that the revenue raised improves the burden sharing for reserve asset provision. I don't know what reserve asset provision is. I don't know what provision means in this context, but we'll find out. Tariffs will likely be implemented in a manner deeply intertwined with national security concerns. Now, this is the part that I think is interesting. Tariffs will likely be implemented in a manner deeply intertwined with national security concerns. And I discuss a variety of possible implementation schemes. I also discuss optimal tariff rates in the context of the rest of the U.S. taxation system. Currency policy aimed at correcting the undervaluation of other nations' currencies brings an entirely different set of trade-offs and potential implications. Historically, the United States has pursued multilateral approaches to currency adjustments. While many analysts believe there are no tools available to unilaterally address currency misvaluation, that's not true. I describe some potential avenues for both multilateral and unilateral currency adjustment strategies. And I don't know if multilateral in this case means other countries, like working in, like, yeah, he uses fancy words for a protection racket, doesn't he? That's right. Everybody's hiding this morning. That's okay. I understand. Let's see. Historically, while many, that's right. Finally, I discuss a variety of financial market consequences of these policy tools and possible sequencing. We may want to jump right to that. All right, so here's the idiot that wrote it. Stephen Moran was a senior strategist at Hudson Bay Capital. He currently serves as chairman of the Council of Economic Advisors. And previously, Dr. Moran served as senior advisor for economic policy at the U.S. Department of Treasury, where he assisted with fiscal policy during the pandemic recession. Prior to Treasury, Dr. Moran worked for a decade as an investment professional. Dr. Moran is also an economics fellow, blah, blah, blah. Oh, Manhattan Institute for mass destruction. Okay. All right. Introduction. All right. Settle in, grab your coffee, get ready to probably be frustrated. Yeah. Yeah. A little frustration Friday for you. Yep. All right, Americans' opinion of how well the international trade and financial systems serve them has deteriorated substantially over the last decade. Among voters, if not among economists, the consensus underpinning the international trading system has frayed, and both major parties have taken policies that aim at boosting America's position within it. Well, that to me sounds an awful lot like feelings. While Trump winning re-election with a strong Democratic mandate, it is reasonable to expect the Trump administration to undertake a substantial overhaul of the international trade and financial systems. Because again, in the first paragraph, I told you just how worried everybody was about it. Right? No. Lee, good morning. Getting your hair done. You're just in time for your favorite person, Stephen Moran. He's also a moron. Yeah, Stephen Moran. That's what I'm going to call him. Okay. This essay surveys some tools available for doing so. In contrast to much Wall Street and academic discourse, there are powerful tools that can be used by an administration for affecting the terms of trade, currency values, and the structure of international market relations. And never mind the market. During his campaign, President Trump proposed to raise tariffs to 60% on China and 10% on or higher on the rest of the world, and intertwine national security with international trade. That's the part that I'm really thinking about. Many argue that tariffs are highly inflationary and can cause significant economic and market volatility. But that need not be the case. I gotta take a picture of that. Oh, Stephen, you're so dumb. All right. Indeed, the 2018-2019 tariffs, a material increase in effective rates, passed with little discernible macroeconomic consequence. The dollar rose. I don't even remember the old tariffs, to be honest with you. Oh, I'm so glad you're spending time with us, Lee. Oh, my goodness. Thank you, darling. Happy vacation day. I'm not even going to say the L word. I'm going to say just vacation day. Time is suspended. Let's see. The dollar rose by almost the same amount as the effective tariff rate, nullifying much of the macroeconomic impact, but resulting in significant revenue. How much revenue, I wonder? Because Chinese consumers' purchasing power declined with their weakening currency, China effectively paid for the tariff revenue. Having just seen a major escalation in tariff rates, that experience should inform analysis of future trade conflicts. I want to read that one sentence. Because Chinese consumers' purchasing power declined with their weakening currency, China effectively paid for the tariff revenue. How? How did they? Just because their currency devalued a bit? I guess. Voters say the trading system is broken because Dump's gangs tells voters it's broken. Exactly. This is good for you. This is good for me. Having just seen, President Dump has also discussed adopting substantial changes to dollar policy. Sweeping tariffs and a shift away from strong dollar policy can have some of the broadest ramifications of any policies in decades, fundamentally reshaping the global trade and financial systems. But nothing in that paragraph says for the better. Nothing in that paragraph implies for the better. There is a path by which these policies can be implemented without material adverse consequences. Really? What path is that? And why didn't you take it? Is it the path less traveled? Is that why? But it is narrow. But it is narrow. Oh shit. It's so narrow, it's non-existent. And will require currency offset for tariffs and either gradualism or coordination with allies or the Federal Reserve on the dollar. How do you think that's going? Jerome Powell is hiding. The head of the Fed, he's not talking to these guys. He does not want to lower interest rates because he knows that once he does that, it's just a cascade. Like, he's not going to be able to prevent future pain that's going to be more significant. I think that's the way he's thinking about it. All right, let's see. But it is narrow and will require potential for unwelcome economic and market volatility is substantial. But there are steps the administration can take to minimize it, like not letting him talk on camera. That would be a good start. From a trade perspective, the dollar is persistently overvalued, in large part because dollar assets function as the world's reserve currency. This overvaluation has weighed heavily on the American manufacturing sector while benefiting financialized sectors of the economy in manners that benefit wealthy Americans. Wow. And yet, Dump has praised the reserve status of the dollar and threatened to punish countries that stop using the dollar for reserve purposes. I expect these tensions will be resolved by a suite of policies. Oh, it has been resolved. Designed to increase burden sharing among trading and security partners. Rather than attempting to end the use of the dollar as the global reserve currency, the Trump administration can attempt to find ways to capture back some of the benefits other nations receive from our reserve provision. Reallocation of aggregate demand from other countries to America. Reallocation of aggregate demand. Reallocation of aggregate demand from other countries to America. Oh, so demand of America to provide stuff. Okay. An increase in revenue to the U.S. Treasury or a combination thereof can help America bear the increasing cost of providing reserve assets for a growing global economy. Blah, blah, blah. The Trump administration is likely to increasingly intertwine trade policy with security policy. How many times can he say this? How many times can he say this until people understand that there's going to be a protection racket? My God. Really? Mirren's theory is all founded in currency fluctuations and devaluing the dollar, right? Which that's the part that I'm not really. I mean, there's many parts I'm not good at, but that's one of the parts I'm particularly not good at is monetary policy. I don't immediately get that, but yeah, I'm trying and I'm learning a little bit every day. Okay. In large part because dollar assets function. Okay. This overvaluation has weighed heavily on the American manufacturing sector. Yeah, but has it, Stephen? Yeah, but has it? Has it, Stephen? Because you know what? Yet again, for the people in the back, it's already in my cash. Really, Stephen? Because when I look at the data, I see something a little different. All right, so this is actually the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics. So it's not, the toilet that the chuds sit on. It's not a YouTube short. It's not Salty Cracker. It's not Tim Pool. It's the fucking U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics, which I don't even care if you don't think this is accurate. You're an idiot then. Then your entire life is a lie. If you don't buy that this is real data, your entire life is a lie. Give it up. All right, here we go. From 2015 to 2025. Employment hours and earnings from current employment statistics. Series, all employees in the thousands, manufacturing, seasonally adjusted. So this is in the manufacturing sector. Number of employment, if you will, in the sector. This is January 2015. There it is. Boop, boop. Oops, I don't think you can see my cursor. All right, there you can see it now. All right. Boop, boop. There it is. That's where we start, 2015. COVID. Yeah. 21, 22, 23, 24. January of 25. It's coming down under Trump, by the way, just so you know. Anyways, the thing about it is, in the last 10 years, we have a ton more manufacturing jobs than we did. So that's not true. That's a lie. That's called a lie. They're lying. Now, granted, yeah, you know what? If you go way back, let's see how far back we can go. Let's go to 1980. That's probably a bad one. 1980. Oh boy, yeah. It's really down from the 70s and 80s when we had factories. And then we became a service economy. Because we decided to make decisions about that. So you can't blame you can't blame everything on the Bidens. All right? It's just not real. That's not real. Okay, here we go. Sorry. Thank you for putting up with my little disruptions. Reallocation of aggregate demand. Okay, increase in revenue. The Trump is increasingly intertwined trade, viewing the provision of reserve assets and a security umbrella as linked and approaching burden sharing for them together. This really is important. This really is important. Yeah, increases in automation and manufacturing efficiencies meant retirees weren't replaced with humans. Thank you, Lee. Thank you. Someone who actually works in the industry, who actually knows what's happening. Thank you. I love this show so much. I can't even tell you guys. All of you bring so much to this. I'm so grateful to be learning with you. I'm really, really fucking grateful. It is nuanced. And absolutely, it was probably a choice for cheaper labor. There's an issue you could talk about, Stephen Marin. What about what about holding countries responsible for paying living wages or whatever? Or human rights abuses? What about that, Stephen? Is that important? No? Okay. The remainder of this essay is structured as follows. Okay, I don't really care. Oh, this essay is not policy advocacy. Really? 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 Isn't it? Because we're doing it now, Stephen, so clearly it was. Oh, fuck you. You can't disclaim your way out of this, bitch. All right, here's the theoretical underpinnings. Here you go. I was young in the 80s, but didn't we get rid of a lot because of acid? I don't know what we did a lot of stuff. I think it was wages. I think wages were high here. Wages were lower in developing countries, and the companies moved their manufacturing to developing countries. It's not really hard. It's called capitalism, in case you haven't noticed. That's what capitalists do. They look for the lowest production costs so they can have maximum profits. It's kind of what you all describe as the American dream. So I don't know what you're bitching about. Hi, J Rance. Been driving and listening. I love you. I love being the background. I love being the background. So that's it. Okay, kids? Yeah, if you don't want capitalism, then you should insist that everybody in the world be paid a decent wage. Or, you know what I mean? Like, I'm sorry. This is it. You built it, you bought it, you break it, you bought it. Yeah, because capitalism is so good. Well, I guess you're finding out now how bitchy it is. GP! Potty Mouth just mentioned on Discord. Well, we did discuss movie night picks. So GP, because I asked people for ideas too. What's Devil's Nightmare was one that Max suggested for, like, you know, the midnight movie, and Desperate Living, which is John Waters. What about those? But then I told people I want to find out what is in Australia we can watch too. So please, didn't we watch Satanic? We didn't watch Satanic? I thought we watched that for some reason. I could be wrong. We pollute other parts of the world to make our parts, and forced labor is an issue too. Oh, it certainly is. I have worked in the forced labor end of it. You work in the trade part of it, Lee. I worked in the forced labor end of it. At least Satanic. That's a good one, Neil. That's a good one. GP here for movie verification. Whoop, whoop. Yeah, because what I asked, is that about a beatnik that loves Lucifer? It definitely will be. Yeah, GP. So I asked GP last night, I want a movie that can play in Australia. So that's what I really want. No, Satanic. Oh, okay. All right. No, then that might be the midnight one. I'll look at that. Satanic. Well, I have that on my list. All right. Anyway, I'm going to keep going, but I want a GP. I want a movie that you can watch easily. So you get veto power. Chapter 2. Chapter 2, theoretical underpinnings. The roots of economic discontent lie in the dollar. The Triffin world. Tribbles are trouble. It's a tribble world. The deep unhappiness with the prevailing economic order. Oh, because he has to watch in Australia, and it's easier to watch like on a larger screen. It's a lot. There's a lot of things. So we try to. It'd be nice to find movies where it's easily accessible on some streaming service that's available in Australia. That's all. We're not going to Australia. Broadening my horizons. That's right. With sexy vampires and young people. Make me young. Sorry, my poor daughter. Let's see. Such overvaluation makes U.S. exports less competitive. What do we export exactly? U.S. imports cheaper and handicaps American manufacturing. Manufacturing employment declines as factories close. Oh, that's brilliant. How much you get paid to write that? Those local economies subside. Many working families are unable to support themselves and become addicted to government handouts or opioids. Hi, Black Bear. How you doing, my friend? It's good to see you. They get addicted to handouts and opioids. Oh, my God. Just opioids? Nothing else? That's a little limiting. Or move to more prosperous locations. Okay, so you either pizza and MLM related IP, right? Oh, satanic unavailable. What about Devil's Nightmare? Devil's Nightmare. I thought you were saying some movies that don't play there, and that was new to me. Oh no, it's just about what's available. Yeah. You know, people that live in different zones of the globe. All right, such overvaluation, okay, these local economies, blah, blah, blah. Opioid, blah, blah. Infrastructure declines as governments no longer service it and housing and factories lay abandoned. Yeah. Can I have opioids and a government handout? Communities are blighted. Oh, really? What are we using the word blighted for? I wonder. I don't know. According to Autor, Dorn, and Hansen, according to Dewey, Cheatham, and Howe, between 600,000 and 1 million U.S. manufacturing jobs disappeared between 2000 and 2011 due to the China shock of increased trade with China. It's due to our greed and our need for low-priced items because of the consumerism we have. Okay, that's what it is. That's what it is. Including broader categories, the jobs displaced by trade during that decade were closer to 2 million. Even 2 million job losses over a decade represents only 200,000 per year, a fraction of the churn of jobs that occurs every year because of technology, rising and falling firms and sectors, and the economic cycle. Well, then, so what's the big deal? Oh, that logic. Oh, I'm sorry. He's going to tell me what the big deal is. But that logic was flawed in two ways. First, the estimates of job losses due to trade increased over time as new research emerged. For instance, Dewey, Cheatham, and Howe, in 2021, the China shock was much larger than initially estimated. Indeed, plenty of non-manufacturing jobs which depended on local manufacturing economies were lost as well. Second, many job losses were concentrated in states and specific towns where alternative employment was not easily available. For these communities, the losses were severe. So what do you think, Mr. Mirren? Do you think that perhaps it would be better to have a diversified job base in different communities and access to that type of work? Hi, SB. I do. The problem is compounded by the reversal of the end of history and the return of national security threats. With no major geopolitical rivals, U.S. leaders believe they could minimize the significance of declining industrial plant. What? Okay. But with China and Russia as not only trade, but security threats, having a robust and well-diversified manufacturing sector is of renewed necessity. If you have no supply chains with which to produce weapons and defense systems, you have no national security. As President Trump argued, if you don't have steel, you don't have a country. That's right. That's right. That's what he said. Don't get it twisted. Where's my co-host? Where's my co-host? Why is he always disappearing? Must have fallen behind there. Okay, anyway. Yeah, she knows what he's doing. He's like, oh yeah, hold my beer. Okay, let's see. Okay. While many economists fail to include such externalities in their analysis and are therefore happy to rely on trade partners and allies for such supply chains, the Trump camp does not share that trust. No. Many of America's allies and partners have significantly larger trade and investment flows with China than they do with America. Are we so sure we can trust them if worse comes to worse? Well, I don't know. Have you heard of World War II? Have you heard of those things? Have you heard? They did come to our aid too after 9/11. I'm just saying. And in fact, I feel like they are there whenever we need them. Gosh, I don't know. I feel like they're actually always there. All right. Okay. Such problems are compounded by aggressive Chinese espionage. According to reports in the Wall Street Journal, in September alone, the Federal Bureau of Investigation said a Chinese state-linked firm hacked 260,000 internet-connected devices, including cameras and routers in the U.S., Britain, France, Romania, and elsewhere. And a congressional probe said Chinese cargo cranes used at U.S. seaports had embedded technology that could allow Beijing to secretly control them. The security, espionage, and sabotage vulnerability of sensitive imports from China continues to grow because China would like to both sell us stuff and then ruin us so that they have no one to sell to. Wait a minute. That doesn't work. So I don't actually think China wants to destroy us. They want to sell us shit. Okay? I think that's what they want. For them, I think this is far less a kinetic war than it is a run my country war. I really think. Yeah. I don't know. This is going to end really stupidly. Yeah, they want Taiwan. Of course they do. They definitely want land. I mean, I would not. They definitely would want, but they are an economic. They want to be an economic power. They're not. I don't think they want us to be destroyed because we're a fucking customer base. You know, like, come on, that doesn't make any fucking sense. She's not that dumb. He's not as dumb as Trump. I mean, come on. Yeah, Siberia. I mean, I'm sure there's a lot of land around in that region that China would like to control. I have no doubt. I have no doubt that they have the same kind of, colonizing, right? Because they also are in Africa deep, taking advantage of natural resources and taking advantage of the people in Africa. Okay, so and again, it's economics. It's economics for them. I think this is my stupid little take on it, right? Yeah, it's not. They're not interested. They want they're strategic about what they're. And I don't think it's good. I don't think it's good for them to do that. I don't think it's good for us to do that. I don't think it's good for anybody to do that. But that's the reality. They would have taken Taiwan already. I don't think so, actually, GP. But I understand you know a lot about. I think a lot of that rhetoric is speaking to their base, and it would ruin their reputation in the region. That's interesting. That's an interesting. And GP, you have a better perspective on China as being part of that world. So I appreciate your insights on that. It's just not. We have been conditioned here to also paint the Chinese as completely, the Chinese leadership, that is, as completely antithetical to who we are. But it's really, they're the same. There's some fucked up humans over there. There's some fucked up humans over here. And that's pretty much it. They didn't even open the country up until 2000. They don't want us. No, they don't. They want customers. I would want customers if I was them. I want resources. I want to be able to feed, it's the leadership. Of course it is. I mean, it's not. Anyway, so. The coverage of China is mostly propaganda. Yeah, absolutely. Now, do they have human rights abuses that ongoing? Because when I worked in human trafficking, we did a little bit of work around fishing and also the Uyghur issue. So I do think there's some definite human rights abuses that they do that are, well, maybe not as we'll probably meet them in the control of their society. But I think the control of their, I can hold two things in my head at once, right? I can hold two things in my head at once. Anyway, let's see. In this telling, persistent overvaluation of the dollar is the key mechanism for trade imbalances, keeping imports from abroad stubbornly cheap, despite widening trade deficits. So how is it possible that currency markets, which are the largest markets in the world in terms of sheer trading volume, don't equilibrate? The answer lies in the fact that there are at least two concepts of equilibrium for currencies. One is rooted in models of international trade. In trade models, currencies adjust over the long term to balance international trade. Again, this is the part where it kind of gets out of my depth. If a country runs a trade surplus for a sustained period, it receives foreign currency for its goods, which it then sells for its domestic currency, pushing its domestic currency higher. Okay, that process occurs until its currency is strong enough that its exports decline, and its import. Oh, okay, so they buy more from other countries, balancing trade. The other equilibrium concept is financial and comes from savers selecting investment alternatives among different nations. In this equilibrium concept, currencies adjust to make investors indifferent between holding assets denominated in different currencies on an ex ante risk-adjusted basis. Didn't really understand all that. Yeah, he's a little more in the day-to-day than Moldbug is. However, the latter class of models becomes more complicated when a nation's currency is a reserve asset, as is America's. Because America provides reserve assets to the world, there is demand for U.S. dollars and U.S. treasuries, that is not rooted in balancing trade or in optimizing risk-adjusted returns. These reserve functions serve to facilitate international trade and provide a vehicle for large pools of savings, often held for policy reasons. For example, reserve or currency management or sovereign wealth funds, rather than return maximization. Much, but not all, of the reserve demand for U.S. dollars and U.S. treasuries is inelastic with respect to economic or investment fundamentals. Treasuries bought to collateralize trade between Micronesia and Polynesia are bought irrespective of the U.S. trade balance with either, I see, latest jobs report or the relative return of treasuries versus German bunds. German buns. Look at my German buns. Such phenomena reflect what can be described as a Triffin world, after Belgian economist Robert Triffin. In Triffin world, reserve assets are a form of global money supply, and demand for them is a function of global trade and savings, not the domestic trade balance or return characteristics of the reserve nation. I don't actually understand why the reserve valuation would be tied to the trade that they do, but I guess I could see a world where I just don't kind of get that concept yet because I don't know enough about that. I heard the other theory, but I'm sure we'll hear soon. I heard they were mercenaries. Wait, who's mercenaries? 150 Chinese soldiers captured at once. Maybe they had laid down their arms. Oh, wow. The latest in the Chinese soldiers is that they're mercenaries. Oh, really? I doubt that. I mean, really? Why? Why would mercenary? I don't know. That doesn't make any sense. I mean, I guess it could. I mean, I guess you could put out the word if you were Putin saying, "Hey, mercenaries, come on, I'll pay you." So I suppose that's possible. Let's see. When the reserve country is large enough relative to the rest of the world, like us, there are no significant externalities imposed on the reserve country from its reserve status. Okay. The distance from the Triffin equilibrium to the trade equilibrium is small. However, when the reserve country is smaller relative to the rest of the world, say, because global growth exceeds the reserve country's growth for a long period of time, tensions build and the distance between Triffin equilibrium and trade equilibrium can be quite large. Demand for reserve assets leads to significant currency overvaluation with real economic consequences. I don't really know who he's talking about. I want to look at this chart. What's this chart? Manufacturing employment. Let's see, what year? Oh, you went from 1940. Oh, holy shit. Yeah, rat. Wartime. 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 Manufacturing employment from 1940. Sorry. Oh, stop it. To 2020. And what's the blue line? Oh, wait. Black line is manufacturing employees is the black line. Share of total employment. Oh, I see. Yeah, because we became a service economy. But it seems to me there was still some good employment, I guess. I mean, there's so good. I don't get it. But anyway, so that's from 1940 to 2020. And yes, we definitely in the olden days, we built a lot more, and now through automation and through offshoring because we want cheap products. Now we do less. And we do other things in replacement of it. I get it here. How does China have the liberty for trained armed soldiers types to freelance? I don't know. That's a good question. I don't really. Yeah, it's a very good point. Sure. In Trifid World, the reserve asset producer must run persistent at current account deficits as the flip side of exporting reserve assets. That must be us. U.S. Treasuries become exported products which fuel the global trade system. In exporting treasuries, America receives foreign currency, which is then spent, usually, on imported goods. America runs large current account deficits not because it imports too much, but because it imports too much because it must export USTs to provide reserve assets and facilitate global growth. Wait a minute. We import too much because we sell treasuries? Because of that? Really? Okay. This view has been discussed by prominent policymakers from both the United States, Feldstein and Volcker 2013, whoop whoop, as well as China, Zhu in 2009. As the United States shrinks relative to global GDP, the current account or fiscal deficit it must run to fund global trade and savings pools grows larger as a share of the domestic economy. Okay, as the United States the current account or fiscal deficit it must run to fund global trade and savings. Okay, great. Therefore, as the rest of the world grows, the consequences for our own export sectors and overvalued dollar incentivizing imports become more difficult to bear, and the pain inflicted on that portion of the economy increases. Which portion of the economy? Our export? Couldn't we do stuff if we had free trade and then people created stuff here and then okay, never mind. I just tariffs don't seem like an answer to me, but I don't know. What do I know? Nothing. Eventually, in theory, a Triffin tipping point is reached at which such deficits grow large enough, that's our deficit, to induce credit risk in the reserve asset. The reserve country may lose reserve status, ushering in a wave of global instability, and this is referred to as the Triffin dilemma. Indeed, the paradox of being a reserve currency is that it leads to permanent twin deficits, which in turn lead over time to an unsustainable accumulation of public and foreign debt that eventually undermines the safety and reserve currency status of such large debtor economy. So because we run trade deficits, because we import more from countries than we export, that means... I mean, which deficit? Is he looking at the trade deficit? Because isn't that just it's not really a realized number. Well, I guess it is a realized number if you think about tariffs going in and out, but I don't know. Well, the United States' share of global GDP halved from 40% of global GDP in the 60s to 21% in 2012 and has recovered slightly to its present level of 26%. It is still far from such a tipping point, in part because in part because there are no meaningful alternatives to the dollar or the U.S. Treasury. A reserve currency must be convertible into other currencies, and a reserve asset must be stable store of value governed by reliable rule of law. Yeah, okay. While other nations like China aspire to reserve status, do they? They satisfy neither of these criteria. I mean, I'm not saying they don't. I just don't know. And while Europe may, its bond markets are fragmented relative to the treasury market, and its share of global GDP has shrunk even more than America's. And what are we worried about? It is worth observing that the U.S. share of global GDP troughed through around the GFC. What's the GFC? I don't know what that is. Global Financial Community? I don't really know. And has stabilized or improved since then, coincident with the pattern in manufacturing employment. In this telling, our share of global GDP drives the size of the Triffin distortion in trade equilibrium, which in turn drives the state of the tradable sector. The backdrop for these currency developments has been a system of tariff rates defining the international trading system that are, broadly speaking, locked into a configuration designed for a different economic age. According to the World Trade Organization. Oh, what economic age are we in now, Stephen? The second Great Depression? Ay. Delusions of grandeur these mediocre white men have. Defining the international trading system that are, broadly speaking, locked into a configuration. According to the WTO, the United States' effective tariff on imports is the lowest any nation in the world imposes at about 3%, while the European Union imposes about 5% and China 10%. Remember those days? Why didn't this luminary get a chapter in Heritage 25? Did he? He wrote this when he was the already appointed chair of economic advisors to the president. So he's always been there, unless he just I don't know, tripped into Mar-a-Lago one day. I don't know. Did Hudson Partners work on any part of Project 2025? I wonder. These numbers are averages across all imports and not reflective of bilateral tariff rates. Bilateral discrepancies can be much larger. For instance, the U.S. imposes only 2.5% tariffs on auto imports from the EU, while Europe imposes a 10% duty on American auto imports. Many developing nations apply much higher rates, and Bangladesh has the world's highest effective rate at 155%. These tariffs are, in large part, legacies of an era in which the United States wanted to generously open its markets to the rest of the world at advantageous terms, which the United States to assist with rebuilding after World War II or in creating alliances during the Cold War. Moreover, tariffs in some cases enormously understate the unevenness of the playing field, as some nations employ material non-tariff barriers. Non-tariff barriers. Get them out of my way. Yeah. Steal intellectual property and more. In theory, prior tariff rates may not affect trade if floating currencies adjust to offset them. In theory, prior tariff rates may not affect trade. Okay. But they have very significant consequences for revenue and burden sharing. Oh, our share of the GDP went all the way down. Well, but in 2010, it started to come up again. Interesting. Economic consequences. Oh my God, they took it from the Wook World Bank. What the hell? Soros? Globalism? Zelensky is claiming they were recruited by Russia on TikTok. Though that sounds a tad fanciful. I don't think so. I don't know. I mean, I haven't... I don't know. While we are, likely far from the economic crises that comprise the tipping point of the Triffin dilemma, we'll create our own. Oh, wait, no. We must nonetheless reckon with the consequences of the Triffin world. Reserve nation status comes with 3 major consequences: somewhat cheaper borrowing, more expensive currency, and the ability to pursue security goals via the financial system. Cheaper borrowing. Because there is a persistent reserve-driven demand for treasuries, the United States may be able to borrow at lower yields than would otherwise be the case. Because economists have little variation to study, we've been the sole reserve currency for many decades, it's impossible to have confidence about how big this benefit is. Oh, he appears in one footnote? Oh, interesting. Very interesting. Some estimates, fictional as they are, have it as large as 50 to 60 basis points of borrowing yield. McKinsey, 2009. In any case, there are numerous countries that borrow significantly more cheaply than the United States. In Kerrigan's SBA chapter. Oh, interesting. At the time of writing, all G7 members borrow more cheaply than the United States, except for the UK, which borrows 0.1% more expensive. Other peers like Switzerland and Sweden borrow more cheaply too. Switzerland by almost 4 percentage points. Meanwhile, an erstwhile troubled debtor like Greece can borrow over a point more cheaply. What the hell? They're letting the Greek borrow more than cheaper than we are? Yeah, assuming the AI isn't lying to me. Well, yeah, might be. Yeah, that would make sense, GP. That would make sense. That would make total sense to me. Kind of just like a mercenary type thing, Money, money, money. Get some of that Russian ruble money. Woo, woo, woo. Okay, more precisely, one can create a synthetic dollar borrowing rate with currency risk hedged out. In other words, examine deviations from covered interest parity, as in do, im, and Schrager. Do, im, Schrager. Thank you. Such deviations are currently and usually close to zero for the United States. All about money, isn't it? For the United States relative to other... Yeah. Oh, yeah, they're probably replacing Wagner. Since we killed all the Wagner people, right? Russia killed all the Wagners. So they're probably just repeating. They're just like taking the place of a Wagner, like contracting with the Russian government. Get some of that LNG money. Okay, sorry. Such deviations are currently and usually close to zero for the United States relative to other G10 borrowers. In other words, there's little special borrowing rate conferred on the U.S. relative to other developed countries. The G10 versus European, I don't know what EM is, however, still contains substantial residuals, suggesting that emerging markets pay a borrowing premium relative to developed markets to borrow. I don't know what any of that meant. China has Wagner's fire. The inference I draw from this is that while all else equal, being a reserve currency may reduce borrowing costs, whatever benefit is gained is likely to be dwarfed by things like central bank policy outlooks, growth and inflation forecasts, and equity market performance. Well, you've ruined all of those, baby. So good job. I'm not calling you doughy. Oh, I am like the Pillsbury Doughboy. No, I've lost weight. I've lost like 5 pounds. I'm very happy. Whoop, whoop. Let's see. However, the borrowing advantage may be framed differently. Rather than reducing the cost of borrowing, it may reduce the price sensitivity of borrowing. It may reduce the price sensitivity of borrowing. In other words, we don't necessarily borrow substantially cheaper, but we can borrow without pushing yields higher. I think I get that. This is a consequence of the price inelasticity of demand for reserve assets, and the flip side, that we run large external deficits to finance that reserve position. I don't really understand the reserve position in terms of the financing of it and why. I guess buying dollars is more expensive because they're the higher, I don't know. Well, they're killing the dollar now, so it doesn't really matter. Richer currency. The more significant macroeconomic consequence of serving as the world's reserve. Hi, Tom. I saw someone say hi to you. I'm sorry I missed you. This more significant macroeconomic consequence of serving as the world's reserve producer is that reserve demand for American assets pushes up the dollar, leading it to levels far in excess of what would balance international trade over the long run. According to the IMF, International Monetary Fund, there are about $12 trillion of global foreign exchange reserves in official hands, of which roughly 60% are allocated in dollars. In reality, reserve holdings of the dollar are much higher, as quasi and non-official entities hold dollar assets for reserve purposes too. Okay, well that's whatevs. This is the borrowing spreads on treasury notes. Negative numbers mean the other nation borrows more cheaply than the United States. Oh, well, okay. Show your work. Clearly, $7 trillion of demand is enough to move the needle in any market, even currency markets. For reference, $7 trillion is roughly a third of the U.S. M2 money supply. So $7 trillion is a third of the U.S. M2 money supply. Flows creating or unwinding these holdings will obviously have significant market consequences. If trillions of dollars of securities bought for the Fed's policy and not investment purposes on the Fed's balance sheet have had any effect on financial markets, then trillions of dollars bought for foreign central banks' policies and not investing purposes should also have some effect if they are on other nations' balance sheets instead of the Fed's. Oh, you'll find out later. Part of this plan is to force people to sell us their debt, or sell us like a buyback or something. Because nations accumulate reserves in part to stem appreciation pressures in their own currencies, there is a contemporaneous negative correlation between the exchange value of the dollar and the level of global reserves. Reserves tend to go up when the dollar is going down, as accumulators buy dollars to suppress their currencies, and vice versa when the dollar is going up. Nevertheless, other than 2 quarters in 1991, the United States has run a current account deficit since 1982. That the current account cannot balance beyond a negligible period over half a century tells us that the dollar is not playing its role of equilibrating, I think. Equilibrating, international trade and income flows. The interplay between reserve status and the loss of manufacturing jobs is sharpest during economic downturns. Because the reserve asset is safe, the dollar appreciates during recessions. By contrast, other nations' currencies tend to depreciate when they go through an economic downturn. That means that when aggregate demand suffers a decline, pain in export sectors gets compounded by a sharp erosion of competitiveness. Thus, employment in manufacturing declines steeply during a recession in the United States and then fails to recover materially afterward. Oh, well, guess what? All right, so that's current account of percent of GDP is the black line, and the blue line is current account billion. I don't even know what that means. Do you like this? This is a great show, isn't it? It may seem odd to suppose that reserve demand for Treasury securities plays only a small role in delivering favorable borrowing terms, yet a large role in creating currency overvaluation. However, that is the explanation most consistent with outcomes in both interest rate markets and the balance of payments. Indeed, it is also consistent with the idea that liquidity injections ultimately raise interest rates because they stimulate stronger nominal growth. Other theoretical explanations for this combination of outcomes could make interesting research. I have no idea what he meant. Financial extraterritoriality. Say that. Finally, if the reserve asset is the lifeblood of the global trade and financial systems, it means that whoever controls the reserve asset and currency can exert some level of control, trade and financial transactions. Is he missing some words in that sentence? That allows America to exert its will in foreign and security policy using financial force instead of kinetic force. It's a protection racket. It's a protection racket. Yikes. America's national security goals are worthy. Only note that it can achieve them far more cheaply because of America's control of the international trade and financial systems by virtue of our reserve currency status. Well, the euro might say, hold my beer, hold my Pilsner. A comprehensive review of how the United States mobilizes global financial architecture for national security purposes is given in Cipriani, Goldberg, and La Spada, and a history of many of the key players in MOSIN. In a broader sense, sanctions can also be perceived as a modern-day form of a blockade. Many previous reserve-providing nations possessed significant sea power by virtue of their trading empires, which allowed them to blockade rival nations and hamper their economic production. Sanctions achieve related outcomes without the need for physical action. That's right. The core trade-off. Synthesizing these properties of reserve assets, if there is a persistent price inelastic demand for reserve assets, but only modestly cheaper borrowing, then America's status as reserve currency confers the burden of an overvalued currency, eroding the competitiveness of our export sector, balanced against the geopolitical advantages of achieving core national security aims at minimal cost via financial extraterritoriality. The trade-off is thus between export competitiveness and financial power projection. Because power projection is inextricable from the global security order America underwrites, we need to understand the question of reserve status as intertwined with national security. America provides a global defense shield to liberal democracies, and in exchange, America receives the benefits of reserve status. And as we are grappling with today, the burdens. That's an important, this is key. America provides a global defense shield to liberal democracies, and in exchange, America receives the benefits of reserve status, and as we are grappling with today, the burdens. This connection explains why Dump views other nations as taking advantage of America in both defense and trade simultaneously. The defense umbrella and our trade deficits are linked through the currency. In a Triffin world, this arrangement becomes more challenging as the United States shrinks as a share of global GDP and military might. As the economic burdens on America grow with global GDP outpacing American GDP, America finds it more difficult to underwrite global security because the current account deficit grows and our ability to produce equipment becomes hollowed out. The growing international deficit is a problem because of the increased strain it places on American export sector and the socioeconomic problems that follow therefrom. That the bargain becomes less appealing in this context brings us to present, whereby there is a growing consensus in America to change the relationship. I'm going to take a little break here, have some weed, talk to my friends. You're a Time Lord? He is. GP's in the future. Happy Friday from Saturday. I'm saving up for a hit on Carla. Oh, don't say that. I'm going to park my money with George Costanza at Vandalay Industries. That's what we need. We need George Costanza here. That's what we need. I'm going to have some weed. I know this is like, whatever. Oh, gold hit 32.45. Wow. Oh, yeah. What's the market doing? I'm just curious. I'm glad I don't work in the industry that I have to put up with this day. This day is a shitty day. Or all these days for people in the industry, for brokers and operations people in the stock market, these days are fucked. These days are long. And you have to have horrible conversations with people about money they owe to call on their margin loans. And they usually only have like 24 hours to come up with the money. It's really bad. It can be really bad during these markets. I've had a lot of crying people on the phone in my lifetime around financial losses. It's pretty devastating. People care about two things in their life: money and children. That's it. I mean, that's not it. But I mean, those two things are really debilitating. Let's see. The market's down only slightly. It's not really that big. Everything's down, but really, really tiny. The VIX is up a little bit. That's the volatility index that everyone's talking about. It's at 43. It's usually, they try to say like 3 is the level that it should be at. And I heard that once on Bloomberg. So having it at 43, it's higher. It's been higher than that, though. What? KeyBank listed just yesterday. Lookner aired the closing bell applause. Yay! Crude oil is up. Gold is up. 32.45. Wow. The futures on the market are down. Crypto's all up. And speaking of dollars, our dollar is down against the yen and the Canadian dollar. So our dollar is down. Actually, our dollar's down against everything. And that's fine. That's fine. Okay. Wait, I'm just going to smoke. Yeah, most of the rich people are in. I read that if you melted all the gold in the world, it would fill 5 Olympic-sized swimming pools. That doesn't seem like a lot. Right? That doesn't seem like a lot. Lookner, in fairness, did not know what he was showing and didn't care because breaking news. I totally understand. If it crashes in the Hudson, it leaves. Yeah. Oh, that was so tragic. God damn it. Don't go on helicopters, okay? Stop it. Please do not go on helicopters. They scare the fuck out of me. Heard that people are moving to the yen for safety. Oh, interesting. I would think they'd move to the euro. But I guess it makes sense. I don't know why, but that's interesting. Well, there you go. Be careful what you wish for, Stephen Mirren. You're chasing people to the yen with your stupid cockamamie plans. That CEO of Spanish company on that chopper. Oh, really? It was a CEO of a Spanish company? Oh, those babies. That's what breaks my heart, is those babies being scared. Oh, the euro isn't safe? Oh, okay. I have no idea. Clearly, I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about, and I apologize. But again, learning together. Let me check the headlines while we're here, while I'm waiting to do something. Mocking Trump's Oh, damn it. Go back. Mocking Trump policies as a joke. China raises tariffs on U.S. to 125%. The world's two biggest economies extended a fast-moving tit for tat that has seen the cost of trade soar and fueled concerns over a global recession. All self-inflicted. Yikes. Oh, here we go. All right, Elizabeth Warren. Fuck yeah. Let me show you this. Yeah. Let me show you. I'm going to come back to that. I'm just trying to mix it up here a little bit. All right. Warren urges SEC urges new SEC head Kash Patel. No, I'm just kidding. He's not. To investigate trading around Trump's tariff pause. What a good idea. I built heating systems for helipad. Choppers up close sound like metal on metal. Ooh. Seaman's centrifuges were what? Stuck. What? What's that mean? GP is so sweet, so perverse, available in Oz. So sweet, so perverse, 1969. This time last year, the U.S. economy was the envy of the world. Well, I mean, yeah. Was it, though? I don't know. I mean, this is a total self-inflicted wound. This is so dumb. It's so dumb. But good for her. I'm very happy. I'm happy that she's doing that. This is what they have to do. Elizabeth Warren has asked the SEC to investigate whether President Trump violated securities laws while reversing course on his global tariffs. Because he posted, "This is a great time to buy." Hours later, he announced a 90-day pause on many tariffs. The other thing is that the other thing was I was watching CoffeeZilla yesterday. And where is he? Oh, well, maybe I'll go to my history. Bear with me just a second. Where are you? Where are you? Oh, Siemens executive. Oh my God, it was the CEO of Siemens? Really? Holy shit. That's fucking huge. Wow. Oh, those babies. Makes me so sad. Bet they were scared. I don't like it when kids are scared. Let's see. God damn it. I thought I had this one thing and I don't have it. Damn it. Okay. Never mind. Sorry about that. Buzzards too, Tom. Actually, they sounded like creaking, rigging. Whenever they are landing, I would leave the site if possible. Oh my God. That would scare me. Hours later, he announced the 90-day pause, sending the S&P 5 soaring more than 7% in just minutes. Wednesday was the best day. Blah blah blah. Since the recovery from the 2008, so that's pretty big gains. In my opinion, safest helicopter is MD-80 Notar. In recent days, Trump has announced a series of erratic, reckless tariffs, leading to significant market turmoil. Senator Warren wrote in a letter to Paul Atkins, the chair of the SEC, as a direct result of this chaos, the U.S. financial markets have experienced dramatic declines over the course of just a few days. She added, it is unclear which officials and affiliates of Trump had advanced knowledge of his plans to delay tariffs, but insiders may have known that he was going to announce a tariff pause and that the market would improve. Sorry. Let's see. Oh, here it is.
Did you miss the Trump trade?
Wait, hold on. I love CoffeeZilla. CoffeeZilla, I want you to come on my show and explain all this shit to us. I hope this guy isn't problematic because I like him. So if he is problematic, just let me know. But this is CoffeeZilla about this whole issue that I just read about.
The insider group chat we were all invited to. Guys, I don't know if you saw this. There was a huge opportunity to make some money because the president front ran the president. He says on Truth Social at April 9th at 8:37 a.m., this is a great time to buy. Now, this is at all-time, at least in recent memory, lows for the stock market. The stock market's bottomed out, all because of the fears of tariffs that the president implemented. So he tweets this. You know, you're wondering, what is he talking about? Well, 3 hours later, we got this. Based on the lack of respect that China has shown to the world's markets, I hereby am raising the tariff to charge to China by the United States to 125% effective immediately, saying that he's going to pause for 90 days the rest of the world, sending the rest of the world skyrocketing. This is our U.S. markets here. The rest of the world is up as well. The markets have ripped, meaning if you listen to Trump, front-running Trump, you had a huge opportunity to buy. I mean, he told you it's a great time to buy, and he was right. I mean, obviously, he knew what was going to happen. Now, so that was the Trump trade, art of the deal. It's all part of the plan, mastermind, art of the deal. I will say, actually, there was a guy who knew before it, a guy who has been treated very unfairly, if I have to say so. That's Walter Bloomberg. I don't know if you guys know about this. There have been a lot of think pieces, a lot of news made about this guy because he, on Monday, said Trump is considering a 90-day pause in tariffs for all countries except for China. Now, as we know, that came true. But he said it on Monday that Trump was considering this. And the White House came out and said, no, this is fake news. This is not real. And as a result, a bunch of pieces got made about this guy, basically saying, hey, how fake news about tariffs on Elon Musk's X shifted trillions in the market. Anyone can really say anything on the internet and the people will just believe it. But was he wrong? I think ultimately he had the Trump trade before anyone else, that it was going to be paused. And actually, so I kind of feel bad for this guy. I had to make a little point to say he was redeemed. Now, he might be as surprised as anyone else. It's unclear whether even he realized that he was ultimately right. It's unclear whether maybe the White House saw the market moving in favor of that and just decided to go with that. But, I mean, it's exactly right. There's a 90-day pause on tariffs except for China. I will say, there are still tariffs, though. There still are the 10% tariffs, and the 90-day pause, really, that's all it is. I mean, it's not clear. Some people are saying that tariffs are over. This is all just part of a move to save face. But it's not ultimately clear. What is clear is some are saying that this is the art of the deal. This is how it works, guys. This is all part of the plan, that you got tricked, you got fooled. If you were a panican,
I have it
like
noted.
me,
Perfect.
We
have that movie. We just need the other movie.
Just add to what the secretary said. Many of you in the media clearly missed the art of the deal. You clearly failed to see what President Trump is doing here.
I failed.
You tried to say that the rest of the world would be moved closer to China when in fact we've seen the opposite effect.
That's right. Clearly I was a fool for believing what the White House was saying. I mean, this was all part of a 4D chess strategy. This is also said by Peter Navarro, who also kind of said this is one of the greatest days economically for America.
This is one of the greatest days in American economic history we have had. I think we're going to call it the art of the reciprocal trade deal. And I'll tell you, all the nervous Nellies on Wall Street who try to undermine us consistently underestimate the power of the president to negotiate.
That's right, you nervous Nellies. You should have been listening to the Truth Social. You should have been buying the dip like your president told you to. Now, ultimately, was this some great plan? Well, somebody asked the president, basically, was this part of the art of the deal? Why did you ultimately remove the tariffs? Here's what the president said.
You started the morning saying, be cool. And just a few hours later, there was a pause put in on the tariffs. Can you walk us through your thinking about why you decided to put a 90-day pause?
Well, I thought that people were
jumping a little bit out of line. They were getting yippy, you know? They were getting a little bit yippy, a little bit afraid, unlike these champions.
Now, wait a minute. That sounds a little different. That doesn't sound like the art of the deal. That sounds like you remove them because everyone was afraid, which is true. And that's a fine reason to remove them, but that's not the same reason as art of the deal, 10,000 IQ play. Anyway, the whole thing is bizarre, but I really wanted just to flag this weird era we are in where the president can front run his own announcements, like economically. If you could have paid for this as a group chat, you would. Like, dude, this private, imagine you had a private insight into what's going to happen in the future. Just the level of corruption is unreal. Now, some people say, well, you know, he gave it to everyone. So, you know, isn't that fine, I guess? And I can see your point, but the problem is nobody knew to take this seriously except for a few people. Unusual Whales notes that I think people knew of the tariff pause and traded it beforehand. You can see before Trump posted buy on Truth Social, traders opened QQQ and SPY calls right before the news. Someone opened SPY calls expiring today. Those calls are up 2,100% in the hour. So clearly some traders knew even before.
Okay. All right. So what he just described, I'm not so sure about these. Let's see. You want to call when you put shares, you call shares away from someone. Okay, so yeah. You can see, okay, all right. I think people knew of the tariff pause and traded it beforehand. You can see before Trump posted buy on Truth Social, traders opened dollar QQQ, TQQQ, and SPY calls. And calls are like options, right? Like in options, there are calls and there are puts. And if you think about the function of that, when you buy a call, you're saying I will take that stock from you at a certain price. So I'll buy calls to call away that stock from someone else at a certain price, right? And then puts are I will put those shares to you at a certain price. Does that make sense? That's the way I think about calls and puts and options. And that's what he's talking about, is options that were set to expire in the same day, which actually I think seems illegal, but I guess it's not, obviously. And basically what he's saying is right before the news, they opened these calls expiring today. Those calls are up 2,100% in 1 hour. Ooh, a science fiction double feature? Isn't chess already or more or less 40? I guess 3 if played. Wait, a science fiction? What science fiction? I need names. I need titles, people. I need titles. Actually, we could save, we don't have to have 2 Max movies, but I need titles. And we could save the one of those movies for next week. All right.
And SPY calls right before the news. Someone opened SPY calls expiring today. Those calls are up 2,100% in the hour. So clearly some traders knew even before, and they opened up some calls before even basically buy the dip tweet from the president. At the same time, it is sort of also the perfect cover. Like if he says 3 hours before buy, no one knows what that means. It's kind of cryptic. And if you do have insider knowledge, you can just do it, buy a bunch, and then later you go, oh, I just believed so much in the public, Truth Social thing. It's really the perfect plausible deniability. There's no way of proving that you didn't see that and just do it. And for everyone else, you can say, well, you had the same access to the same information. Yeah, well, some people knew that the president was about to drop the tariffs.
Yeah,
some people
no.
didn't. If
It's
those
not
people
individual
who
to
knew
individual.
traded on that information and then later say, oh, no, I just
It's
followed
to,
the public advice, how can you prove otherwise?
What are they
That's
called?
the
Market
problem
makers
with
and stuff.
making statements like this.
Trading
it is
firms
an
on the
inherent
floor.
conflict of interest because it
You're
can
trading
lay
with
cover
traders on the
fire
floor.
for people who were doing corrupt things.
They're the middleman.
And there's just sort of no way of proving one way or the other. It's weird. And
But
it
there
makes
can
me
be more
worry that
like
we're
puts
entering a
than
time where
calls, if you will. They don't have to be
basically the
one-to-one.
insider edge is trying to speculate what the president means about the tweets to buy the dip on the market. It's like it's actually so weird to be having presidential stock advice. That's kind of it's so crazy. But yeah, weird times we live in. I just thought I'd cover this since it's one of the most economically impactful news of our year, and preceded by a front run tweet.
There you go. All right. Wait. La 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 la. Where am I? There I am. All right, we're gonna go back to our actual source document. Hi, Anita. How are you? Oh gosh, yeah. Hold on, everybody. Is that what it is? Okay, good. All right. Sorry about that. I had to help Bobo with something. Hi, Anita. The value of every call has an equal and opposite value of puts. No. They're not one-to-one, because it's really an option is an option to do something. It's an option to take action. So it's not dependent on a particular shares. Yeah, it is. You can buy puts. You can buy puts for a certain number of shares. Yeah, you can quantify them, and you also establish a price. So I'm going to put this stock to you at 100, hoping that it goes down, and you have to sell it to me and then I'll exercise my put, and you'll have to sell me those shares at 100, regardless of what the price is. It's not good. It's risky, but not as risky as some things. Where the growing consensus change the relationship. Okay, now we were on reshaping the global system. Hi, butterflies. How are you? I didn't even see you come in. I'm so sorry. Yeah, CoffeeZilla is pretty good. I don't know. I mean, I'm not. He's been really good. I've watched a few of his things for a couple months now, and I have enjoyed his just straightforwardness. He's not real, and he's kind of like an enemy of crypto bros in some ways, because he calls them out on their shit. Like, crypto bros contact him to help, kind of. Oh, you've been here? God, butterflies. I'm sorry. What an idiot. I'm so sorry. Hello, darling. Oh, hello specifically. If America is unwilling to bear the status quo, then it will take steps to change it. There are, broadly speaking, unilateral and multilateral approaches, and approaches focused on tariffs or currencies. Unilateral solutions are... I love you. Unilateral solutions are more likely to have undesired side effects like market volatility. Multilateral solutions may have less volatility, but entail the difficulty of getting trading partners. Atragon. Oh, that's not bad. Atragon. Okay, I get so distracted. I'm so sorry. I get so distracted. Oh my God, I'm sweating. It's so hot here. Let's see. Multilateral solutions have less volatility, but entail the difficulty of getting trading partners on board, which curtails the size of the potential gains. We won't make as much if we work together. We will make more, people, if we work unilaterally and just impose our will on people. Unilateral policies provide greater flexibility to rapidly shift policy. Like this idiot coming out every other day and saying something different. Oh, and pushing things out 90 days so that actually businesses can't really plan, because they don't know what's going to happen in 90 days now. At least on Liberation Day, or whatever the fuck they want to call it. Shit the bed market day. Shit the bed World Economy Day. At least on that day, they knew what they were dealing with, and they could start making plans. So, you idiots, the pause doesn't help anybody. It doesn't help businesses, because they can't fucking plan for what's going to happen down the road, because they don't know. because he'll change his mind again. That's not good governance. It's just not. I mean, any idiot knows that. Okay. Unilateral policies provide greater flexibility to rapidly shift policy. Multilateral policies are more difficult, maybe impossible to implement, but allow you to recruit foreign policymakers to help reduce volatility. I don't know. Why would it be impossible? The U.S. dollar is the reserve asset in large part because America provides stability, liquidity, market depth, and the rule of law. No. Oh, that's so funny. No, we don't. No, we don't. We don't provide stability. We don't provide liquidity. We don't provide market depth. And we don't provide the rule of law. Because you guys just shit all over it. Those are related to the characteristics that make America powerful enough. It's so hilarious to me because literally we have turned away from the rule of law in the last 7-10 years when it comes to holding powerful people accountable. Right? We have turned away from that. So, fun fact, we don't have as much credibility as we once did. At all. It's probably the lowest it's ever been. And you know what? Yes, world leaders will kiss his ring, but they don't have any respect for him. They're just doing it to keep the peace. Or just to get out of the meeting, like to move through it and then go on and do what they need to do. Okay. Those are related to the characteristics that make America powerful enough to protect physical force worldwide and allow it to shape and defend the global international order. That's a fucking scary statement. That's using military and security might as a threat. This is an extortion racket. And I'm telling you right now, the reason I'm spending so much time on this silly little document is because it really echoes a lot of what is actually being implemented or at least talked about by members of this administration. So in my mind, and the guy who wrote it is currently in fact, when he wrote it, he was the head of the Council of Economic Advisors to the President. So he is the guy that tells Trump what to do. The history of intertwinement between reserve currency status and national security is long. In any possible reshaping of the global trading system, these linkages will become ever more explicit. Both tariffs and currency policy are aimed at improving the competitiveness of American manufacturing. Why? Why can't we capitalize on our service economy? Why can't we capitalize on that? Why can't we onshore some of it so that we do have diversification of employment? Yeah, Murin is the reason Klump thinks China pays the tariff. You're right. We saw that, right, Lee? Thank you. Lee knows Stephen Murin real well. God. And thus increasing our industrial plant and allocating aggregate demand and jobs from the rest of the world stateside. No one's going to buy our shit. Okay, it's going to be too expensive. No one's going to buy it, I think. In any possible, okay, these will be both tariffs and currency policy are aimed at improving the competitiveness. Oh, wait, I read the same thing again. Okay. These policies are unlikely to result in significant reshoring of low value added industries like textiles, for which other countries like Bangladesh will retain comparative advantage because of slavery, despite significant swings in currency or tariff rates. However, these policies can help preserve the American edge in high value added manufacturing, slow down and prevent further offshoring, and potentially increase negotiating leverage with which to procure agreements from other countries to open their markets to American exports or protect American intellectual property rights. The Phase 1 trade deal with China in 2019 made advances in these domains before China abdicated its commitments under that agreement. Oh, yeah. Moreover, because many in the Trump camp see trade policy and national security as inextricably intertwined, okay, many interventions will be targeted at industrial plant critical to security. So this is why Trump keeps mentioning that when he talks about manufacturing, it's to build weapons and build armaments. Because he talks about it in that term. Every time he gives an example of an industry, it's like building ships, building weapon systems, building this, but it's all around national security. That's interesting. Because I've heard Trump talk about that frequently when if he's discussing onshoring manufacturing. Obviously also technology, right? He talks about that as well, onshoring technology, whatever sector. So that's interesting. So again, more ties to what I'm trying to understand a little bit about the thinking. This is my kink. That's my kink. It doesn't have to be your kink. It's my kink. Anyway. National security will likely become ever more broadly conceived, for instance, to include products like semiconductors and pharmaceuticals. This is the best news show on the fucking internet. And I don't know about you 18 viewers, but please share this. As well, unfortunately now, GP, not only all of this, but we're in an arms race with former friends. When are we going to be kicked out of Five Eyes? That's what I want to know. Yeah, semiconductors and pharmaceuticals. Oh my God, that's again also what Trump has been talking about. Despite the dollar's role in weighing heavily on the U.S. manufacturing sector, Trump has emphasized the value he places on its status as the global reserve currency because he thinks it's a flex. That's all it is. He doesn't understand monetary policy. He doesn't understand it. I understand monetary policy better than Trump does. Guaranteed. Guaranteed. And threaten to punish countries that move away from the dollar. I expect this tension to be resolved by policies that aim to preserve the status of the dollar, but improve burden sharing with our trading partners. International trade policy will attempt to recapture some of the benefit to our reserve provision conveys to trading partners and connect this economic burden sharing with defense burden sharing. This is my kink. I know. I am a weirdo. I gotta have something, butterflies, okay? A lonely girl. Although the Triffin's effects have weighed on the manufacturing sector, there will be attempts, yeah, his mushroom doesn't flex, to improve America's position within the system without destroying the system. Oops. No matter what policy is adopted, or any of them, frankly, there is the risk of material adverse consequences for financial markets. Stephen, what are you talking about? Stephen, the Dow Jones is only down 274 points today. Come on. Give me a break. And try and mitigate. But however, there are steps the administration can take. Worry not, my friends. Worry not. That the administration can take to try and mitigate these consequences and make the policy changes as successful as possible. Not as painless as possible, but as successful. All right, here we go. We're getting into the meat of it. Tariffs. Tariffs. I need a drink of coffee. Five Eyes have been withholding some intel from Trump. Pine Gap in Australia is the largest installation that spies on China. Interesting. Very interesting. All right, well, these are the consequences of having an authoritarian takeover of your government. Tariffs are a familiar tool to President Trump and his team since they were used with success extensively in 2018-19 in trade negotiations with China. Lee, if you're around, I've heard so much rosy painting of the impact of tariffs in the first Trump administration. What's your thought? I mean, is the way they describe that accurate, or is it completely the opposite? Or what's the degree of lying on the quote unquote benefit to our country from the 2018-19 tariffs? If you have a quick answer, don't go to any trouble. But I just thought if you have an opinion on that, I would really love to hear that. Okay. Those tariffs passed with little discernible macroeconomic consequence. Inflation remained stable or even declined, and GDP growth continued to perform quite well despite the Fed's hiking cycle. It is therefore reasonable to expect tariffs once again to be a primary tool. And I don't think Jerome Powell, actually, I have a clip of Janet Yellen, who I kind of like Janet Yellen. I know she's like a capitalist pig, but I like her as a person. She's really low key and she's very smart. And I'm curious to see what she's been saying about this. Okay. Before discussing how unilateral and multilateral tariff regimes might work in practice, I first review some economics of tariffs. There are several critical dimensions to study: inflation, incidence, and efficiency, including how tariffs compare to other types of taxes. I think he would too. In the analysis that follows, the critical question is to what extent currencies adjust to offset changes in international tax regimes. A recent rigorous theoretical treatment and literature review is given, for instance, in Gene and John. Sorry. I don't know why that's funny. Sounds like a little kid's book. The classic reason currencies offset changes in tariffs is that tariffs improve the trade balance, which then puts upward pressure on the currency for traditional reasons. But currencies might also adjust because nations' central banks adjust interest rates to offset inflation and demand changes, or because end supply is determined by comparative advantage and end demand by preferences, and currencies adjust to offset changes like taxes, or because the growth prospects of the tariffing country improve relative to the tariffed country, attracting investment flows. So long as tariffs do not exceed optimal levels. See below. Interesting. And here's the other thing. There's another, let me just see if I can find it and put my hands on it quickly, because there was another article that I was going to read. And wait, let me see, because I wanted to. Oh, that's what it was. Tariff revenue. Oh man, Trump tariffs. Oh, here we go. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. Get out of here. Get out of here. All right. I know I'm jumping. I'm so sorry, but this is important because he just said something about, the amount of tariffs, the growth prospects of the tariffing country improve. And I want to talk about that. This is the Tax Policy Center. It's a nonprofit, bipartisan. This is from 3 days ago. And this is by Howard Gleckman, who is working at the Tax Policy Center. Oh, it's the Brookings Institute, the Urban Institute and the Brookings Institute. Okay, April 8th. Here's the headline. TLDR, Trump's tariffs will raise much less than he expects. So tariffs were effective in China in 2018, so let's use them against 75. It's more than 75 countries. It's 100 and some odd. GP or worse. I remember Justice Amy Coney Barrett turning up her nose when Trump passed by her at the State of the Union. She looked like she'd smelt a slaughterhouse. Our dollar is down, which makes our exports attractive, and the reserve banks adjust rates to benefit our economy. Yeah, that's how it normally happens in a normal world. We're not in a normal world. I just want to read this quickly. I know we're jumping, but we're talking about what he expects to do with tariffs and why this is going to be so good for our economy. These are like the experts. President Trump's tariffs will generate far less tax revenue than the administration claims, according to a new Tax Policy Center estimate, even as import taxes disrupt stock markets and the world economy. Ron Vera, a.k.a. Peter Navarro, a.k.a. Smeagol, a senior trade official in the White House and just an all-around jerk, Projected tariffs announced since January would generate about $6 trillion to $7 trillion over 10 years. A tax increase of that magnitude would generate enough revenue to fund an extension of the 2017 Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, as well as some of Trump's campaign promises, such as tax-free tips, overtime, and Social Security benefits. But Trump's tariffs are likely to fall far short of Navarro's prediction, leaving a gaping fiscal hole. Gaping for Congress to fill as it tackles a major tax bill this year. TPC estimates that Trump's taxes on imported goods would raise about $3.3 trillion from 2026 to 2035, plus an additional $190 billion for the remainder of 2025, roughly half of Navarro's prediction. TPC's projection excludes the effects of tariffs imposed on U.S. goods by trading partners in retaliation for Trump's import taxes. So guess what? It's even worse than that. The revenue impact of Trump administration tariffs as of April 2nd. Okay, so let's see. This is 2025. So this is what he's showing, is that the tariff revenue would be this. Several factors significantly reduce the net revenue collected from tariffs, including purchasers will respond to higher prices on imported products by buying fewer of them, thus significantly reducing the amount of taxed imports. That's right. Ex-con, that's right. Posted a movie. Okay, great. Oh, Birds of Prey. Oh, our dollar is down. Okay. That's a good one. I think I know which one you're talking about. I'll have to look at it. We got to check with GP. I really want GP to have no trouble finding the movie. It would be great. Let's see. Trading partners have already announced retaliatory tariffs on U.S. goods, which would slow U.S. exports, harm domestic producers of those products, reduce employment, and lower corporate and individual income tax and payroll tax revenue. Yeah. Dumb as a bag of dicks. Dumb as a bag of dicks. While some U.S. firms will benefit from tariffs, many will pay higher prices for parts and other intermediate goods, which will shrink profits, reduce employment, and also lower domestic tax revenue. And I also anticipate, what are the carve-outs that are going to happen, right? Who's going to get the exclusions? Because people are going to get the exclusions. They already are. They already are. TPC's analysis includes effects of lower income and payroll tax revenues. However, it does not estimate the effects of retaliation or how much as an expected decline in corporate profits and wages would slow the economy. If it did, tariff revenues would be even lower. Paying for tax cuts. The Tax Policy Center estimates extending the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, the billionaire tax cut from 2017, would add $4.4 trillion to the national debt over the next 10 years. Interest on the additional debt would cost another $800 billion. Tax-free tips would cost at least $6.5 billion in 2025 alone, while exempting Social Security benefits from tax would reduce federal revenues by $1.5 trillion over a decade. The Senate is considering, and passed actually, right? The Senate passed a budget framework that would cut taxes by about $5.3 trillion. If not offset by tariffs or other tax increases or by substantial cuts in federal spending, the Senate fiscal plan would increase the national debt to 134% of gross domestic product in a decade. This is the thing. This is why this is happening. Because he has to pay for his tax cuts. That's why the rush. And they know they only have time because if they're thinking that the midterms are going to be anything normal, which they clearly do, somehow I guess they're not planning on, or they're planning their cheating for that. Whatever. The $6 trillion in new revenue that Navarro claims may come from some simple math. The U.S. imported about $3.3 trillion in goods last year. 20% of that, a rough estimate of all the Trump tariffs, is about $600 billion annually, or $6 trillion over a decade. That's right. That's how Ron Vara, the trade expert, did his math. Prove me wrong, Petey. Conflicting goals. Simple, but wrong. That gross number ignores the economic impact of tariffs and glosses over Trump's conflicting goals. If higher tariff-driven import prices reduce demand for foreign products, Trump will achieve his aim of boosting U.S. production. But if demand for those imported goods falls, so will tariff revenue. By contrast, if U.S. buyers continue to purchase imports regardless of their higher prices, the tariffs would raise a substantial amount of money, but Trump would fail to achieve his vow to grow U.S. manufacturing. A third outcome is that Trump and U.S. trading partners eventually agree to lower tariffs, which would reduce revenue from the import tax, but also soften the blow to U.S. businesses, consumers, and workers. But it still also is a blow. That's that's an important point. Even if he lowers tariffs, he's taking away the free trade that we've had in the past from some countries. So it doesn't matter if he lowers them, because this outcome of less purchasing inside the United States of imports, and companies are not going to bring their entire operations to the United States. So I don't know what he means. Washers and autos. Trump tariffs will not only raise the cost of imports, but also result in higher prices on competing domestic goods, as well as like insurance, because the cost to replace items is going to go up under the tariffs. And so your insurance premiums are going up in anticipation of the replacement cost of whatever they're insuring. For example, when Trump raised tariffs on washing machines in his first term, prices of imported washers predictably went up. But because everybody's greedy, so did prices of domestic washers and even of dryers, which were not even tariffed. Do you see how this works? Similarly, higher prices on imported cars and parts will have cascading effects that are likely to slow the U.S. economy and lower tax revenues. Yeah, this is how economics works. Yeah. Tariffs on imported vehicles and parts will raise the cost of new domestic autos. Similarly, higher prices on imported cars and parts will have cascading effects. Okay. Tariffs on imported vehicles and parts will raise the cost of new domestic autos, which include foreign components. And higher costs for replacement parts means repairs on foreign and domestic vehicles will cost more. As those expenses rise, so will automobile insurance premiums. Breaking supply chains where components often cross borders multiple times also means less work for U.S. parts suppliers, truck drivers, and the businesses that service them, from gas stations to restaurants. Eventually, the U.S. economy will adjust to higher tariffs, but that will take many years. And that's not better. Adjusting to the tariffs is not a success. Until then, the negative effects of import taxes, such as rising unemployment and a slowing economy, will drain trillions of dollars from the revenues the administration hopes to raise. And it will leave the president far short of paying for the tax cuts he demands. And that was passed, right? It wasn't. Oh no, they didn't. Did they not get the total? I need to check up on that. I'm woefully behind on the legislation. So anyway, I'll include that too. But I just wanted to share. So there you go. Yeah, GP and Teresa, we're all hoping something happens. All right, tariffs and currency offset before discussing how unilateral blah, blah, blah. Oh, wait, didn't I do this? Oh, wait. Formulas. Whoop. A recent rigorous I think this is where I was. A recent rigorous theoretical treatment and literature review is given, for instance, in Gene and John. Oh, yeah, I read that. But currencies might also adjust because, all right, I read that. Oh, this is actually where I stopped. Okay, the optimal levels of tariffs. Okay. To illustrate the mechanism simply, let PX be the price of a good charged by a foreign exporter, okay, denominated in their own currency, and E, the exchange rate, dollars per foreign currency, and T, the tariff rate. And then the price paid by the American importers is Price of good. What's the M? Where'd M come from? Where the fuck's the M? Where's the M? Whatever. Suppose we begin with E equals 1 and T equals 0. The government imposes a 10% duty on imports, but the foreign currency depreciates by 10% as well. Then the price paid by importers becomes whatever. In other words, I know all of this money could be. Lee, what was that? What do you mean, what was that? What did I say? Oh, this was the tax, the thing about tariffs not being enough revenue? Oh, I was asking about the 2018-19 tax or tariff regime on China and whether or not that was indeed in the wash a positive or a negative for our economy, let's say. And I just wondered if you had an opinion about that or more information, because I didn't really track yet and understand what the real implications were of those tariffs and whether or not, I mean, I think what they're saying is the tariffs were raised, but then we also cut taxes, and apparently that's not actually a one for one. That's not how that works. You just don't have a big tax cut for corporations and rich people, and that equate to matching, the increase in the tariff that you're paying or the tax you're paying on that product. Okay, so in other words, the exchange rate move and the tariff almost completely offset each other in that weird little example. The after-tariff price of the import denominated in dollars didn't change. If the after-tariff import price in dollars doesn't change, there are minimal inflationary consequences for the American economy, but not so for the exporting country. Now, underlying this simple example are a number of assumptions which must be made clear. The exchange rate must move by the right amount. How do you do that? How do you make an exchange rate? How do you manipulate an exchange rate? Primitive and intermediate value added in final exports originate predominantly in the exporting nation. So the exporter pays the whatever. Pass-through from exchange rates to exporter prices is complete. Importantly, since imports are often invoiced in U.S. dollars, the exchange rate doesn't automatically affect. Instead, a strengthening in the dollar improves exporter profit margins if exchange rates do not pass through into prices. Okay, that makes sense a little. Pass-through from wholesale import to retail consumer prices is complete. I don't know what that means, complete. What does complete mean in that? Hi, Jane. Welcome back. Pass-through from wholesale import to... Okay, yeah. As I will discuss below, these assumptions may not hold perfectly. Yeah, I think I heard... Oh, he wanted to boot Canada out of Five Eyes. That's right. I think I did hear that. Peter Navarro is a fucking idiot. I mean, that's the one thing Elmo's right about. Further, to the extent there are no meaningful changes to, then there will be no rebalancing of trade flows as a result of the tariffs. To what? If imports from the tariff nation become more expensive, then there will be some rebalancing of trade flows, but also higher prices. If imports from the tariff nation become more expensive, then there will be some rebalancing of trade flows, but also higher prices. Okay, so that's where we're at, idiot. Is that what you suggested? If imports from the tariff nation do not become more expensive because of currency offset, then there's no incentive to find cheaper imports. Right. One must choose between higher prices and rebalancing trade. Revenue is an important part of this story, as discussed below. One must choose. This is interesting. The math is bogus. Exchange rates for imports are determined by the date of export on the bill of lading, and it's the rate set by the Fed for that date. Inflation. While in principle tariffs can be non-inflationary, how likely is it? In the macroeconomic data from the 2018-19 experience, the tariffs operated pretty much as described above. The effective tariff rate on Chinese imports increased by 17.9 percentage points from the start of the trade war in 2018 to the maximum tariff rate in 2019. As the financial markets digested this news, the Chinese renminbi depreciated against the dollar over this period by 13.7%, so that the after-tariff USD import price rose by 4.1%. In other words, the currency move offset more than 3/4 of the tariff. Offset more than 3/4 of the tariff, explaining the negligible upward pressure on inflation. That kind of makes sense. Measured from currency peak to trough, who knows exactly when the market begins to price in news? The move in the currency was 15%, suggesting even more offset. The move in the currency. Oh, I see. More offset if the currency was improved. Okay. Measured consumer price index. Inflation moved from slightly above 2% before the start of the trade war to roughly 2% by the armistice. Measured PCE, not sure. Price, I'm not sure what PCE inflation is. Sorry about that. Time for lunch with a friend. See you all at the movies. Bye, sweetheart. Oh, bye. I know. Watch how much they say theoretical and assumption. That is such good advice, Lee. Thank you so much. Love to you and your friend. Have such a nice lunch. We'll see you tonight. Let's see here. Of course, there were cross currents like the Fed's tightening cycle at the time, but any inflation from this trade war was small enough that it was overwhelmed by these cross currents. Oh, so just have cross currents. We just need more cross currents, and then it'll be fine. You guys, it's going to be fine. This explains the dump camp's view that the first U.S.-China trade war was non-inflationary. While the macroeconomic data appear consistent with the currency offset theory, academics studying goods-level microdata take a harsher view of this experience. Oh, here we go. For example, what? For example, hi, Paul J. For instance, Cavallo, Gopinath, and Nyman and Zhang in 2021 study detailed microdata of goods imported by retailers and found that the dollar import price moved up by the amount of the tariff, and that the appreciation of the dollar did little to offset the tariffs. In other words, they argue that, hold on. They argue that the move in the currency didn't pass through into import prices. Similar conclusions are drawn by Fagelbaum et al. And Amity, Redding, and Weinstein. Wow. All right, let me just see if we understand these. Okay, difference in trade tariff and after tariff USD import price 2018 to 19. Change in after tariff import price is this line. And then the change in the dollar, I don't know if I understand that totally. What is PCE? What can bridge the gap between macro data arithmetic? Oh, it's just macro data. They're just looking too high, from too high a point. Navarro said it, then denied, if memory serves me right. Had pancakes with Canadian syrup for breakfast. Yummy. Zamzuli is more fun. What's Zamzuli? You're spot on with Navarro denied later, so I assume he said it. Yeah, exactly. What can bridge the gap between the macro data arithmetic and the results of micro data studies, which we like much better? First, examples like Cavallo et al. Tend to study short-run effects. And it's short-run effects like the prices go up when you impose the tariff. So people are literally spending more for something than they did the day before. Is that what you mean, Stephen? And it's possible, and it is possible currency pass-through into prices will be much slower than tariff price through. So your currency doesn't raise in value, basically, at pace with the amount that your product costs now. It's much less salient, and importers tend to hedge their currency exposures anywhere from a few months to a few years out. If the importers hedge currency risk, it will take time for level shifts in currency to pass through into invoiced prices. And why wouldn't importers hedge their currency risk? It would be bizarre for any economist to think that pass-through will never occur, but that's not what they're saying. They're not saying it doesn't occur. Since a competitive marketplace will result in producers lowering prices to marginal cost. If the economists began to believe currencies didn't affect the prices of traded goods, they'd have to reimagine several, whatever. That's a stupid statement. Amidi et al. Refer to the lack of exchange rate pass-through as a puzzle and speculate that over a longer period, exchange rates will materialize. Here's the thing. Oh, what did he say that really got me? Oh, here we go. Yeah. So again, there are some core beliefs that these guys stick to. I don't think they believe them. I think they stick to them because their base believes them. And one of it is that market competition drives prices down. That's one of their beliefs. And while I'm sure that that does happen, it is not the rule anymore. So that's one thing. Anytime someone says, well, the competition will take care of it, that's a red flag. No, it won't, because it never has. That's what Reagan thought too. And I remember living through that time, and it was horrible. It was a horrible economy. So there you go. Okay, let's see. Second, Cavallo et al. Find that the price hikes occurred for prices paid by importers, not prices sold by retailers, limiting the ability of tariffs to result in increases in consumer prices, but squeezing margins. Et al. Find that price hikes occurred for prices paid by importers. That was all? That's what you found? That means that for the measures of inflation commonly prioritized, like the Consumer Price Index or the Price Index for Personal Consumption Expenditures, thank you. PCE is personal consumption expenditures. There was little consequence. That helps reconcile the micro and macro experiences. What? That means for measures of inflation commonly prioritized, there was little consequence. Well, I'd have to go back and look at that. However, it would be bizarre for economies with sufficient competition not to see importers over time restore their margins by shifting suppliers if currency weakness isn't passed through. I don't really understand what that means. Third, interpreting goods on goods level microdata is difficult in light of re-export diversion. To avoid the tariffs, many Chinese companies began exporting goods or components to third countries. This is what they're talking about with Vietnam. Engaging in some minor processing and then re-exporting to the United States. Ioha et al. Find in 2024 find that rerouting of Chinese imports increased by roughly 50% since the tariff increases. And Freeman, Baldwin, and Theodorakopoulos find that while just over 60% of manufacturing intermediates imported into the U.S. came directly from China, incorporating value added of manufacturing intermediates that originated in China but were imported from other trade partners brought that number above 90%. So the Chinese can figure out a way around all our stupid ass tariffs. Okay? And they'll still raise the prices. Don't get it twisted, because they still have to then ship it to another country, do something. I mean, there's money. But I would imagine they would do that. I would imagine. El Salvador president coming to the White House on Monday. Yep. That's right. Bukele will be here next week. I think there should have been a congressional delegation in the air to El Salvador, to that prison, the day it was announced that people were being shipped there. And notably, it should, and it definitely should have been when stories of individuals, among many individuals who do not belong in prison anywhere, least of all a fucking reckless country with a heinous dictator like Bukele. They should have been on the ground in El Salvador and stayed there until people came home. That's it. If there aren't human rights abuses, if there are not international criminal court charges against this administration, then we suck. And I know we don't belong to the ICC, but I don't care. Something's got to give. You cannot just, we are becoming the worst dictatorship in the world. I mean, he's got Stalin level ideas. I mean, not him, but the administration. Geneva Convention violations. Absolutely. Like something. Taking people off the street, the secret police kind of bullshit. Come on now. Nobody can agree with that. The decision for Chinese exporters whether to evade tariffs via re-export is affected by the demand elasticity for their exports in the United States, introducing a critical bias into the microdata studies. It's likely that the goods that are still directly exported to the U.S. and therefore subject to the tariffs are the ones over which Chinese exporters retain the most pricing power and the greatest ability to pass through price increases on Americans. The goods on which Chinese exporters do not have pricing power and over which they might have to absorb the tariffs are the ones most likely to be re-exported via a third country. Chinese exporters will not pay the cost of diverting exports if they can push through the price increases on purchasers. Is he sure about that? Is he sure that with standard tariffs, with things that they would just absorb the tariffs? Can we prove that? Can we prove that? I don't know. I just wonder. This practice severely upwardly biases the results of microdata studies. Only those goods with the highest ability to foist increases on Americans continue to be labeled as made in China, and other goods receive minor processing elsewhere and get labeled as different origin. In other words, the difference in difference and related approaches will overestimate the effect of... Oh, stop it. Nevertheless, let's consider the results. No, I don't want to. Well, wait, let me look at it. Let's consider the results in Cavallo et al. At face value, and suppose that America puts a 10% tariff on all imports, per President Trump's proposals. This is November of 2024, folks. Okay? Just so you know. This is not new. Nothing is new. They literally are planning. I think it's the billionaires, GP. I think Peter Thiel is sitting back and going, he's got David Sachs in the White House. He's got JD Vance. I think it's the Nerd Reich. And they're definitely getting like all working, like there's collaboration and share, so I don't think it's But yeah. They won. They fucking won. That's why we've got to take it back. This is not good. Nevertheless, okay, with complete pass-through, that would lead to a 10% increase in prices of imported goods in the United States. Further, suppose the dollar behaves as in 2018-19 and appreciates by the same amount as the tariff, 10% on a broad basis. Gopinath in 2015 estimates that the US dollar pass-through to imported prices is about 45% in the first 2 years, and that a 10% move in the US dollar impacts consumer price index by 40 to 70 basis points. So is he saying that the USD pass-through to imported prices. So is he saying that prices would go up by 45%, but that's okay because it would the dollar raise would impact consumer price index by 40 to 70 basis points, and 0.45 and 0.40 are close enough? Is that what he's saying? Gopinath calculates that 6 to 12% of all consumption derives from imported sources, while Briggs estimates that number at about 10%. With 10% of consumption from imported sources, a 100% pass-through, and a 10% tariff, consumer prices will go up by 1 percentage point, because all of those are just ones and zeros. Incorporating the 40 to 70 basis point on drag on inflation from the stronger dollar would indicate a total tariff pass-through into price levels of 0.3 to 0.6% of the consumer price index. All else equal, and in a calm economic environment, such a modest increase would be a one-time boost to the price level and thus transitory. Oh, that's another fantasy. That it's a one-time price boost. Are you kidding me? God. rather than contribute to lasting inflation. In more turbulent times and greater inflationary cross currents, like right now, such a change may work its way into inflation expectations and become more persistent, contributing to a goods wage inflationary spiral. That's right. The economic context into which tariffs are levied will be of significant importance. Here we go. The economic context into which tariffs are levied will be of significant importance, and the robustness or fragility of inflation expectations and local supply elasticities at current macroeconomic equilibrium can play substantial roles. So whether or not, as we came into this administration, inflation was low, and the economy was, I mean, and for all intents and purposes, what I read, it was pretty strong, maybe a little overvalued, right? And the market's overvalued, all that kind of stuff, So maybe we were getting a little over our skis, and we should look at, how the global situation's going, and you know what I mean. So what he's actually saying is that, So as we entered into this administration, what they've done is, I guess, assume that that the conditions were under robust expectations that, inflation, like we could weather inflation. I think that's why partly is why the timing of this is so interesting, because what I'm reading from this is that you need to do something. You need to shake it up when the economy is strong. Otherwise, it's not going to be able to absorb what you do to it. That's how I'm reading this. Certainly, there was no indication in 2018-19 of a goods wage spiral. And I think, the thing about it is even as he described the tax cuts from 2018, or the tariff regime rather, from 2018-19, there are a host of factors that made those economic conditions. And it was not one item as he's claiming it can be. That's just not the case with economics, and that's what I do know, is that it is a mix of factors that impacts economies, and to oversimplify it and say that tariffs are going to do this, and just the oversimplification of their entire rollout, the method of having additional tariffs on countries, of taking a simple formula and basically cutting it in half. Like, that's ridiculous. There's no thought to that. If the currency markets adjust, tariffs can have quite modest inflationary impacts between 0 and 0.6% on consumer prices. Given the inflation volatility of recent years, this is non-trivial, but hardly earth-shaking. Clearly, the experience of 2018-19 was that there were only imperceptible increases on the general price level. I mean, I'd have to check that. Oh no, small plane crashes on highway in Boca Raton. Oh no. Oh my gosh, Tom. Clearly, the experience of 2018-19 was that there were only, imperceptible. Moreover, the totality of tax reform, deregulation, and energy abundance can serve as meaningful disinflation drivers that smother any incipient inflationary impulses. So there you go, folks. The reason they think this is going to work is the totality of tax reform, so tax cuts for the wealthy, raping the environment, and drill baby kill are what they need in order to make this fucking thing work. That seems like not very smart. It is quite possible that even with substantial tariffs, you know what I mean, like 145%, Trump administration policy is overall disinflationary. That's a wet dream. That's what that is. Oh, thank you. Let's see what Neil has to share. Let's see what Neil has to share. It's en française. What? What the fuck is this? What? Oh, Hugh Jackman? Hell yeah. Crikey, bait. Is this Cuisine rapide l'Australie et de la Nouvelle-Zélande? The Hugh Jackman. I love these. Les meilleurs pâtés à l'avion du monde. Tapas, Montreal, Quebec, Montreal. Oh. Vegetables and potatoes. Sweet potato. Oh, sweet potato. Little sweet potato pie here. What's this? Little individual pies. Or is that what it is? A pate? What is that? Well, let's go. Where are we going? When are we going? Will they send us a pie? Yes, it went. Well, actually, it went through for Neil on Discord, and Oof shared it. Vegetables curry and sweet potato pies on the right. Oh, I would eat all of these. I would eat all of that. My God, that looks good. Nope, telepathy. That's right. It didn't come through. It was just telepathy. Yummy. I want to go. I just don't want to fly. I don't want to fly. Oh, you just returned from Discord. Welcome back. Ooh la la. Okay. Let's see. There was only I will later turn to the likelihood of whether currency markets will adjust as well as to the risks of the retaliation, which can alter the tariff analysis. So if they retaliate, all bets are off. Okay. All right. I'm going to take a break here just in get a drink and maybe smoke a joint. Maybe we'll watch something. Hold on. I don't fly. Yeah, that's right. Actually, GP, I really love that. I love that you brought that up because I know you don't fly for climate, for climate concerns. And I just that really changed the way I thought about traveling when you said that a couple of years ago, GP. I don't know if you know that, but it really stayed with me. It really, really stayed with me. So, yeah, thank you for that. Because it really did. It really stayed with me. And I really think about it now a lot more than I did before. That's so great. I don't know. Thanks for doing that. Made me think. You made me think. And I like that. I like people that make me think. I mean, not all the time, okay? Don't make me think all the time. All right, please. Pigs in a blanket. That sounds good too. Okay, wait. What was I doing? Oh, I'm looking to see what other... I had some shows. I had some little clippies for us. And I can smoke a joint while we watch a clippy. Oh, it's 9:00. Oh. Do we have a White... Is there a White House thing? Oh, the Dow's not down that much. I don't know how volatile it is today, though. Okay. Oh, it's at 10. Fuck that. No, I'm not doing that. Are we between a rock and a hard place? Let's see. I'm just checking. Hold on. Oh, here's the plane crash in Boca Raton. Just so people are up to speed.
When we see it, you see it, and through our eyes of our CBS partners at CBS News Miami. Here's your breaking news story right off the top. A small plane has gone down in Boca Raton. You can see right there where it happened. This is just north of Fort Lauderdale, very close, we understand, to a major freeway that connects Miami to Fort Lauderdale and then on up north to Boca Raton. Let's listen in to some of our coverage from our CBS partners from CBS News Miami.
What caused that plane to crash? We've still got a lot of answers into Boca Raton police right now. We're trying to figure out exactly what time this all happened, where this plane was coming from, where it may be headed to. We are getting a better idea of where this plane may have been going, but we want to get all of that information
confirmed. What's going on with air travel?
before we can bring that here to you. But you're just seeing at this point a lot of emergency crews who have now been able to put out possibly some flames and smoke that may have been here after that
going to space
crash that happened this morning. So you're just seeing a lot of those crews still staging at this point. Those fire trucks, they have their hoses.
Where's the plane?
Extended. You're seeing a couple of ambulances out there as well. So this is definitely going to be creating a lot of trouble here moving into the afternoon.
Yeah, and
not
for the people
only
who
for,
died.
Traffic in this area through northern Broward headed up into Boca and what would always be a very busy Glades Road, but also now train service being impacted by this as this small plane appears to have crashed right onto those train tracks. Again, as I mentioned, we're trying to figure out more details about this plane, where it was going, how many were on board, where was it headed, where was it coming from. But here's the thing, we've got to get all of those details in right now. But I can tell you that a airport is very close, literally on the other side of I-95. If you know this area of Boca, this is just west of 95. On that other side, that's where the Boca Airport is. Florida Atlantic University, their Boca campus is there as well. And you're seeing Glades Road there as Chopper 4 pulls out right now. Nobody is getting by. There's the airport that I just mentioned. You see it off there to that right side. We don't know if that plane was trying to possibly get back there or had just taken off from that airport, but it gives you that
Okay. Yeah, okay. Your mic is really breaking up. So tired. I just really can't with those anymore. Stop it. Stop it. Let's have pie. Let's have pie. Oh, I wanted to watch something. Oh, hold on. A cruise. A 3-hour cruise. I went on a cruise with my mom when I was in high school. That was we had so much fun. We had so much fun. Okay, wait. I just want to see what's in my way. What's in my way? La 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 la. Okay, hold on. Sorry. This is terrible that it takes me so long to figure out this shit sometimes. I really apologize. Oh, wait, what's this? Oh, don't do that. Go back.
Bloomberg Audio Studios.
You're scary. I'm not ready for you. Oh, actually, this is something I wanted to play. Hold on. Oh, it's only 9 minutes. I'm going to play this. Oh, you guys, I hope you're happy. I hope you like this. My Siemens comment somehow got blocked. No, lots of Siemens in Fort Lauderdale this time of year. It is spring break.
Podcasts, radio.
Okay, stop it. Ready for you. I'm not ready. All right. While I smoke a joint, I'm going to play this. It's only 9 minutes, but it also is about Mar-a-Lago Accord. That baffled health officials since this program is paid for by cruise ship fees, not taxpayer dollars. Never mind, just delayed for review. Okay, I got to go walk the dog, so I'm going to put this on, then I'm going to walk the dog. Okay, BRB.
News.
I'm Caroline Hepke, and this is Here's Why, where we take one news story and explain it in just a few minutes with our experts here at Bloomberg. Most followers of US politics now know Mar-a-Lago, the summer residence and bolt hole of President Donald Trump. But financial markets are starting to talk about the resort for a different reason.
It's about taking your creditors into a room for the United States of America and actually saying you got to swap your treasuries for long-term debt. Now, this is radical. Nobody's saying that this is actually going to happen.
Now, why are we doing this? The idea is to reorient the world global trade system, which we seem to be trying to do with tariffs, to bring down the value of the dollar, to bring down interest rates, and to make the U.S. more competitive. That's what the goal is.
I don't think anybody's really taken a really creative approach to problem solving with regard to this debt. And what we're seeing out of the Trump administration in so many different parts is a very creative and new thought approach.
Trump is rewiring global trade with threats of tariffs. He's upended geopolitics, NATO, and the global security framework. Given the president's unconventional and high-stakes manoeuvres, some on Wall Street are wondering if the international financial system may be next. The concept of deliberately weakening the US dollar to help the American economy is causing a stir in the markets. So here's why the idea of a Mar-a-Lago Accord has everyone's attention. Our global economy correspondent Enda Cohen joins us now to explain. Hi, Enda. What is this phrase, Mar-a-Lago Accord, and where has it come from?
At its core, it's all about how President Donald Trump wants to shake up the way the US trades with the rest of the world. And at the core of that is the US dollar as America's currency. And that's driving speculation that perhaps President Trump will look for some kind of a grand multinational bargain that would effectively end with a weaker US dollar that would help US exporters sell produce around the rest of the world. And the name that some analysts are calling it is, they're dubbing it the Mar-a-Lago Accord, after Trump's private club in Palm Beach, Florida. As I say, this is all early days and it's speculation, but the thinking is that at some point President Trump will turn his attention towards the currency and look for some kind of a big deal on that front.
OK, so that's on weakening the dollar. What could this possible concept, agreement, attempt to accomplish beyond that?
So here's the thing. The US trade deficit has blown out. It hit a record $1.2 trillion in 2024. President Trump is not happy with that. He sees that as America sending money abroad. Part of the story here is that the dollar is historically strong. That undermines US competitiveness by making imports cheaper and, of course, at the cost of their own exporters. And in fact, some analysts in the currency market look at the dollar today as being overvalued when you say base it on domestic purchasing power of a currency. Now, when you consider all of that, the thinking is that President Trump might at some point get his advisors together and say, how could we meaningfully weaken the dollar to help our exporters? And that's where you get into the mechanics of how this might work.
Indeed. How could a Mar-a-Lago agreement work?
So there are different ways of approaching it. One simple way would be that America would reach an agreement with key trading partners, asking those trading partners to boost domestic consumption of their own goods that they produce rather than sell their goods overseas at a cheaper price into America. That would reduce their manufacturers' reliance on exporting to the US, for example. And one case in point there, of course, would be China. It's a focus for its exports and huge manufacturing base, and the fact that it's able to export at a competitive price compared to its US counterparts. So the thinking is, look, you foreign trading partners buy more of your own stuff rather than sell it to us. That's one way to rebalance it. Another way, of course, could be to intervene in the foreign exchange market, get your trading partners to agree on either buying their own currency to make it stronger, selling the dollar to help weaken the dollar. But, you know, the foreign exchange market is worth around $7.5 trillion. So it would take a lot of buying and spending of currencies to really make a dent in that. And then there are some other levers and tools that governments could pull, but you know, it all comes down to what levers could they agree on that would effectively weaken the US dollar and strengthen their own currencies.
Have similar accords been agreed before?
Yes, in 1985, we had what was called the Plaza Accord. That was named after the hotel in New York where officials met, and it was a broadly similar backdrop and idea. The story back then was high inflation, high interest rates and a strong dollar. So the US needed an agreement with, at that time, it was France, Japan, UK and then West Germany, that they would allow their currencies to strengthen against the dollar and allow the dollar to weaken. Because the thinking was back then that the strong greenback was hurting the global economy. Now, of course, back then, the central casting villain, so to speak, was Japan, because they were dominating the manufacturing and export market. They were sparking protectionism backlash from US lawmakers in a way that China is today. So Japan came on and signed onto that agreement, though that deal was later blamed in part for some of Japan's own economic demise.
What do different investors think about this idea?
There are a couple of ways of thinking about it. On the one hand, it's still very early. investors say a lot of this is speculation, to be clear. President Trump and his officials do talk about the need for continuing the strong dollar policy of the US, for example. On the other hand, though, the same investors will say, President Trump is serious about shaking up the way the US is doing business with key trading partners. He's already proving to be unconventional with some of his policy decisions and announcements. His Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, has, before he took office, spoken of the need for some kind of a grand economic reordering. So at the very least, the idea that Trump and his officials won't be thinking about what they could do around a strong dollar doesn't sound completely implausible. But that's where, the rubber hits the road when it comes down to what exact levers can the US pull, how effective would it be, how realistic is it that they could agree an accord with trading partners and indeed trading rivals to allow the dollar to weaken and their currencies to strengthen. On paper, it sounds doable, but in practice it might be a very difficult one to get across the line.
There's another market that could be affected, the US Treasury market, the debt market. What would be the consequences of restructuring that?
So one of the ideas could be that the US government could issue government bonds that don't pay interest, so-called zero coupon, and they mature in 100 years. Some people out there, for example, former Credit Suisse analyst Zoltan Poznar is one of those who've made the suggestion of maybe an agreement between the US and its military partners, whereby in return for a security guarantee, allies are required to buy these zero-century bonds. And what would that do? It would take pressure off the US repayment schedule, take pressure off the US interest rate profile, interest rate burden, which of course is one of the key expense outlays for the government right now, and it could be bundled up as part of this whole grand package of a Mar-a-Lago Accord. As I say, these are all talking points. These are what analysts say could be done, but getting all of these agreed, it seems to be, I think, a way off just yet.
So what are the downsides to this agreement, if any, and who would have to deal with them?
So when we had the Plaza Accord back in 1985, it sounded like a good idea at the time. Japan signed on, but ultimately they blamed it for allowing the yen to become too strong, and that played a role in Japan's own economic demise. And in fact, they had to follow up with another agreement, the Luro Accord in 1987, to try and draw a line under that. So there's history that these accords don't necessarily work according to plan. And then more practically, for American consumers, on the one hand right now, they have a strong currency. That means they can buy products from around the world at a competitive price. And of course, when they travel and go overseas, it's a good time to go on holidays. A weaker currency means they're going to be importing higher prices. That means, of course, potentially higher inflation, and that will erode their purchasing power. And if we did get to a point where the dollar was weakening sharply, it might lose some of its appeal for foreign investors who don't like volatility. They like strength and strong currencies. They like stability. They might look at maybe alternative assets, maybe the euro, maybe elsewhere. That's if the US dollar was to get into a weakening spiral. Those are some of the downsides that could come out of an agreement like this.
Are you on?
Thanks to our global economy correspondent, Enda Curran. For more
All right. I need to go back and listen to all of that because I missed it, but it's okay. But hopefully it was helpful. Another additional helpful context. Carla's Marianne. Oomph shared something around the Health and Human Services debacle that's happening. So is this Kaiser Family Foundation? Is that what KFF? No, it can't be, right? Firings at federal health agencies decimate offices that release public records. Here we go. More trouble from the administration. Okay, here we go. Let's do this and make him bigger. Public access to government records that document the handling of illnesses, faulty products, and safety lapses at health facilities will slow after mass firings at the Federal Department of Health and Human Services swept out staff members responsible for releasing records, according to transparency advocates and health experts. Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s layoffs across health agencies in recent days eliminated workers who handled the Freedom of Information Act requests at the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention and cut FOIA staff at the FDA and National Institutes of Health. said 6 current and former federal workers KFF Health News agreed not to name because they fear retaliation and are not authorized to speak to the press. FOIA is a transparency law that guarantees public access to the inner workings of federal agencies by requiring officials to release government documents. The 1966 law is a crucial tool for law firms, advocates, businesses, journalists, and the general public. It has been used to hold officials accountable and uncover harm, corruption, and political meddling in policymaking. At HHS, FOIA requests are used to obtain a litany of records, including detailed CDC information about large outbreaks of food and waterborne illnesses, and FDA inspection reports of facilities that make food, drugs, medical devices, and dental products. Peter Lurie, president of the Center for Science in the Public Interest, said that the FOIA cuts would have an enormous effect on patient safety and are antithetical to Kennedy's promise to bring radical transparency to federal health agencies. Quote, "It is simply not possible to honorably make that claim while decimating the staff," Lurie said. "Can we rely particularly on this government to be forthcoming about the number of cases in an outbreak? You need FOIA to be able to take the lid off of that." HHS officials declined to answer questions about plans for the agencies to fulfill FOIA requests. In an emailed statement, HHS spokesperson Bianca Rodriguez Feliciano said the FOIA offices throughout the department were previously siloed and did not communicate with one another. Under Secretary Kennedy's vision for a more efficient HHS, these offices will be streamlined and the work will continue. Gunita Singh, staff attorney for the Reporters Committee for Freedom of the Press, said that the FOIA layoffs were almost certain to further the slow release of public records, which often took months or years before the cuts. What we need to be doing is the opposite of what's happening now, hiring more staff, she said. Many records are disclosed only in response to FOIA requests. For example, during the COVID-19 pandemic, FOIA requests forced the FDA to release internal documents showing little evidence to support using hydroxychloroquine to treat COVID, even though President Trump heavily promoted the drug. Scientific researchers have used the law to obtain clinical trial data to assess whether drugs are safe and effective, or to get more details about adverse events associated with drugs and medical devices. Lurie said obtaining more information about adverse events is particularly important in serving as a bulwark against cherry-picking data or manipulating what's available online to spread disinformation about the safety of vaccines and other products. All these efforts will be slowed by the purge of FOIA offices, said Michael Morrissey, CEO of Muckrock, a nonprofit group that helps journalists and others file public records requests. Scientists will have less to study. Attorneys and advocates will struggle to build cases and fight for causes. Simply, Americans will know less about their government and the industries it regulates and be less able to hold them both to account. I think one thing we've learned is that if there's less watchdogging over an issue, that issue gets worse, Morrissey said. I really do think that we are going to see companies become more lax with food safety, companies become more lax with consumer safety. Thousands of pending FOIA requests are likely to be affected. During fiscal year 2024, from October 2023 through September 2024, the CDC, FDA, and NIH received more than 15,000 FOIA requests and provided at least some records in response to more than 10,000, according to HHS's most recent annual FOIA report. Those requests were submitted by university researchers, state governments, laboratories, pharmaceutical companies, animal rights groups, law firms, news organizations, including KFF Health News. Records sought by law firms appear to be related to investigations of illnesses, outbreaks, drugs, medical devices, and products used by countless Americans. Morrissey and Singh said filling requests is more complicated than many realize, often requiring an in-depth understanding of complex agencies. That's why it's important to house FOIA staff within each agency rather than consolidate them. We are sacking the entire staff and sacking all of that knowledge, Morrissey said, and I just don't see how these things continue to function. Oh, here he says, we'd like to speak with current and former personnel from the Department of Health and Human Services or its component agencies who believe the public should understand the impact of what's happening. Please message KFF Health on Signal, or there's a link. And Oomph dropped the link to this article that I'm reading. If you look above, it's the last link that was dropped. Thank you, Oomph. I want to track this kind of, like the number of FOIA requests, Because like they have I wonder if they'll even produce a FOIA request. Interesting. We'll have to see. All right, let's go back to the thing. Back to the thing. Woo. Incidents, revenue, and trade flows. Let's see what this is. Like inflation, the question of who bears the burden of the tariff will depend on what prices adjust, but there are more nuances. In a world of perfect currency offset, the effective price of imported goods doesn't change. In a world of perfect currency offset, the effective price doesn't change. But since the exporter's currency weakens, its real wealth and purchasing power decline. American consumers' purchasing power isn't affected since the tariff and the currency move cancel each other out. But since the exporter's citizens became poorer as a result of the currency move, the exporting nation pays for or bears the burden of the tax while the U.S. Treasury collects the revenue. Wow, that doesn't sound like a government I want. I just don't think I want a government to go around and take advantage of everybody in the other parts of the world. I don't want that. I don't think that's good governance. I don't think that's good humaning. I agree with all of what you're reading. Everything is going to get harder and we won't know what's going on. Yeah. Newsletter company may not be most accurate. Most secure organization to leak to. Okay, well, thank you. Thank you for that. Always be mindful when you're leaking information to check the organization. Thank you for that reminder. Very helpful reminder. Oof. All these red hat people yelling about requests don't realize their God is taking away that power we have as a people. Yep. Mm-hmm. Uh-huh. You know, media, literacy, just in general. Hashtag literacy. Okay, let's see here. While the effective price paid by U.S. importers, so the companies that import stuff, so the effective price may not change because of all this currency balance. U.S. exporters now face a competitiveness challenge insofar as the dollar has become more costly for foreign importers. Presumably, I presume they have hedged most of their currency exposures. You know, all those small businesses, I bet you they've hedged their currency exposures, right? Any small business that sends stuff overseas. Yeah, you think? Do you think that happens? This can help lessen that pain in the short run. Thus, there is a trade-off. If currencies perfectly adjust, this all is feelings. This is all feelings. And this guy is the economic advisor to the president. Like he is the head of the Council of Economic Advisors. He is the voice in somebody's ear. It may not be Dump's, but he's the voice in somebody's ear. Thus, there is a trade-off. If currencies perfectly adjust, the U.S. government collects revenue in a non-inflationary way paid by foreigners via reduced purchasing power, but exports may become encumbered. Policymakers can, in part, alleviate any drag on exports by an aggressive deregulatory agenda. And that's all. If we have child labor in this country, it'll be cheaper to produce here. Okay? If we could pay people $2 an hour or a day, then we can have, hello. Just deregulate. That's right. Which helps make U.S. production more competitive and more dangerous. But whatever. Okay. Recent work by Goldbeck flags the increase in regulatory-related compliance under the Biden administration as costing the economy over 1% of GDP per year. Well, how'd he get there? While research from La Perriere et al. Suggests those costs could be twice as large. Improvements in competitiveness driven by regulatory reform can offset drags on competitiveness due to currency appreciation. Really? Prove it. Prove it. By contrast, if currency offset does not occur, American consumers will suffer high prices and the tariff will be borne by them. Higher prices will, over time, incentivize a reconfiguration of supply chains. American producers will have improved competitiveness selling into the American market, and importers will be incentivized to find alternatives to the tariffed imports. Hello? As trade flows adjust, the trade balance can decline, but then the tariffs can no longer collect much revenue. How does that happen? Those trade-offs are listed in Table 2, though, of course, reality may fall in between these extremes. Come on now. All right, inflation. Perfect currency offset, no currency offset. So the currency offset is fucking me up a little bit. That means that, wait, I'm not sure how this, I just don't know what the flow, I have to map this out in my head. I'll do that after the show. I won't make you go through that with me, but anyway, under a perfect world, it's non-inflationary. After tariff, USD price, after the tariff and the change in the currency value is unchanged, everything's fine. But if there isn't any currency offset, then the tariff is passed through to consumers. I would really love to know what the data is on tariffs being passed through to consumers, but I imagine there's not a lot of actual hard data. There's probably estimates. Paid for by tariff nation via reduced purchasing power. So basically when other countries suffer and they can't buy what we sell. All right. So if we put a tariff of 10% on country A, then it's more expensive. So then country A will have to spend more dollars to export the same product. And he says they'll take that? They'll take that? That doesn't seem right. Under a perfect situation, little effect on the trade flows. Okay, so but wouldn't there be an effect on the trade flow in that if country A is tariffed and thereby the dollar doesn't buy as much, won't they not buy from us? Wouldn't they buy something that they might buy from us from another country if the currency situation is such that their dollars don't go as far? Right? Aren't I right about that? Am I wrong? Yeah, constantly fluctuating tariffs feel like overregulation. And then revenue, Treasury raises revenue. Come on now. But in a bad situation, it's inflationary. The tariff is passed through to the consumer, results in more expensive consumer goods here. Rebalancing over time as imports are more expensive relative. So this is assuming, you know what happens when you assume? This is assuming that over time, which by the way is years, okay? Over time is years. I don't know why it's doing that. Over time is years. Which means that what they're saying is you're just going to buy American because over time we're going to make everything here. That's what their big plan is, or at least what they say it is. I don't know if that's really it. As trade rebalancing away from tariff goods, Treasury raises less revenue. Well, also, yeah, and when you tariff someone, they're probably less likely to buy from you. So your tariff revenue, as we just read, is going down. Once again, there is a disconnect between the macro and the studies of the micro data. So, pick your data. That's what he's saying. Folks, come on. Look at my data, not their data. I don't care about their data. Look at my data. Oh, maybe it was a podcast? Okay. APA exception for HHS rulemaking. Oh, interesting. Let's see. The same questions about the microdata studies pertain to the finding of reduced wholesaler margins as well. Primarily that this is a short-term effect, and that in the long run, changes to wholesaler profitability will lead to other changes that will end up passing through the cost. Come on now. Over time, wholesalers will find ways to source products more cheaply, like with other countries. who aren't isolationists. Moreover, this result implies that profitability was enhanced for Chinese exporters since they experienced both currency depreciation and pass-through of tariff costs to retailers. Over time, competition among them will lead to reduced profitability or rebalancing of trade flows to other exporters or domestic producers. Okay, well, that just seems like, things change. Currency offset. Okay, maybe they're going to explain this to me. While reducing volatility in consumer prices, currency offset can actually imply greater and not less volatility in financial markets. Okay. At least in the short term, that's what we're in right now, kids. Sorry, Meemaw, about your 401k, but it had to happen. Okay, girl? For instance, the volatility of early August 2024 was deeply intertwined with moves in the Japanese yen. Carry traders borrowing in yen to buy higher yielding assets in other currencies were highly leveraged or levered? Is this a typo? And the assets they were long, which means they owned, were also held by other types of highly levered investors. Is it leveraged or levered? Because those are two different things. Is it levered and not leveraged? Okay. When the carry trade began to unwind somewhat due to a shift in the stance of the Bank of Japan and an increase in the unemployment rate in the United States, the long assets were sold by levered traders, I guess, or leveraged traders managing their risk exposures, which would lead me to believe the word is leveraged. I don't know. Past tense of lever? I don't know. But it's 3 times in this document. The result was significant financial market volatility in which the NASDAQ Composite Index fell 8% in 3 sessions. Well, hold my beer, because the NASDAQ lost, I think, a lot more. I could be wrong, but I think it did. Similarly, imagine a very large tariff on China, let's say 145%. Offset by a similar move in the currency. Oh, so our currency is going down 145%? Wait, what? Excuse me? Levered just means they're using leverage. Oh, okay. Thank you so much. I thought it was leveraged. I thought the word is leveraged. But not levered. I mean, levered? Is that a word? Is this a pleaded pled? Is this what this is? That also confuses the heck out of me. Pleaded pled. Tomato. Okay, so listen. Let's just use the real numbers that exist right now. Oh, levered is really? Maybe it is. I thought it was leveraged. It's okay. I leveraged Carlo with photos from the get off ramp. That was such a funny night when I told that story. You guys, that was so funny. Okay. Similarly, okay, so listen, if we 145% on the effective tariff rate. So the tariffs were at, let's see, when this started, were the tariffs at like 80% or something? Let's just assume they were 80%. So if they're now 145%, let's use that number. So 65. So, if they went up to 145%, offset by a similar move in the currency, a 65% devaluation in the renminbi would most likely lead to significant market volatility. Wait, what? Because China's communist economic system necessitates strict control over the capital account to keep funds locked in domestic assets, the incentives to find ways around capital controls could be devastating for their economy. I don't think so, because they can fucking figure it out with other people. Right? Reasonably confident lever is a noun. Okay. I know, right? I don't know. One of my levered funds went up 50% on Trump's menopause day. I was down 67, so I'm still down. I'm sorry about that. I hope it comes back. Capital outflows from China can potentially result in asset price collapses and severe financial stress. According to Bloomberg, total debt in the Chinese economy exceeds 350% of GDP. I wonder what it is for us. This level of leverage entails the possibility for massive vulnerabilities to leakages in the capital account. Bursting bubbles in China as a result of currency devaluation could cause financial market volatility significantly in excess of that caused by the tariffs themselves. Really? I don't know if we want to see that. Financial market volatility from currency moves may far exceed the volatility from total pass-through of tariffs into consumer prices. Okay. For example, consider the case of total pass-through of a 10% tariff that boosts consumer prices by 1% with no currency offset. Such a move is a one-time shift in the price level. God. They really just want you to believe that that's 6 inches. I mean, that's what they want. Okay, that's now 9 inches. Like, crude oil's dropping again. Oh my God. I have to check gas prices. Okay, so it's not a one-time shift. They can say this all they want, but that's bullshit. They're just trying to, kiss you while they're grabbing you by the whatever. Okay, and may therefore be ignored by the central bank. In which case, there are not likely to be much in the way of financial fireworks. So calm down. If the central bank fears second round effects taking hold, it may hike rates, say by 0.7 or 75 basis points, half of what it would if it considered a persistent 1 point increase in the inflation rate. I guess I is in. I don't know. Jesus, Stephen, are you as good on math as you are on typing? Prediction, recall Teen Vogue doing some good work. Teen Vogue has been killing it the last few years. Let's see. Okay. Half of what it would consider. Blah, 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 blah. Such an adjustment to monetary policy would likely induce less volatility than a 10% move in currency markets. So wait, half of it. Okay. I don't really understand that, but kind of. It's worth noting that value-added taxes, VAT, right? They talk about VAT. I'm telling you, Teen Vogue, they have some amazing. No, you've got to look. Look twice, Karen. They have some of the most amazing reporting over the last 10 years. Like, it's high level. I'm telling you, they've been doing some really, really great work. It's really crazy. Check them out. Yeah, it's actually really good. I actually should get that magazine. It's so good. Let's see. It's worth noting that VAT are a form of tariffs because they exempt exported goods but tax imported goods, and central banks usually do not respond to them because legislated price changes are typically thought not to be indicative of underlying supply and demand imbalances. Indeed, the fact that other countries have VATs and we do not says something about initial conditions. Even without a currency or monetary response, tariffs can affect profitability. For instance, Amity et al. Estimate that firms more exposed to tariffs experienced deeper declines in equity value in the days following tariff announcement. There are a few problems taking these results at face value, however. Many of these estimates are statistically insignificant from zero effect, and markets are prone to excess volatility. I mean, have you met the market? She's volatile. Teen Vogue is coming of it. Yeah, they are. What the WTI at 60.82 a barrel. Okay. West Texas, crude oil. Even without a currency or monetary. Oh, wait. What matters is whether there is a lasting effect from the tariffs. And as any investor knows, initial market responses often unwind or reverse over time. I mean, the market's still at 25,000. Wait, no, it's not. So maybe you're wrong. The China total economy percent of GDP. This is total economy debt as a percent of GDP. Oh, okay. How likely? Here we go. An article that crude is so low, companies won't invest in new drilling. Yeah, it's not. What does Max say? It's not profitable under $60 a barrel. So I don't know what to tell you. I think that they when they get too low, they hold back production anyway. So they can get the price to go up for their So I mean, it's hello. Don't worry about the billionaires. The economic and market consequences of tariffs hinge on the extent to which they are matched by offsetting changes in currencies. So it is important to consider the likelihood that currencies do adjust. In the U.S.-China trade war of 2018 to 19, currency offset was effective. However, there were several cross currents at the time that make the comparison cloudy. That's my point. That is my point. It is not just about tariff wars and currency devaluation. In 2018-19, there were probably a host of issues, what they call cross currents, that that impacted whatever financial situation we found ourselves in. Hi, Easily. We're already drill baby drilling. That's right. Nobody reported on it. Chinese citizens are flooding their social media with boycott U.S. products and memes mocking Trump, also turning up in thousands to protest U.S. embassies. Well, I mean, what is that saying? Grab the tail, get the hog or something? What is that? Grab the tail, get the whole hog? I don't know. I mean, I think this is a self-inflicted wound. And I feel very much like I'm in a captured country. Yeah, it's a moot point under $60 a barrel. Yeah, beautiful coal, all of it. LNG. He doesn't actually know how anything's made. For instance, the dollar was appreciating more broadly than just versus China during the period discussed above. The dollar index maintained by the Intercontinental Exchange, which measures the dollar against other developed nations, also increased by 10%. So everything increased. As mentioned above, currency moves in one pair can affect other assets too, just as an unwind in the yen can carry trade affected all financial markets. Indeed, given the significance of the USD renminbi pair to the global economy and markets, it's possible a good portion of the move in the dollar index was driven by the move in the US dollar to renminbi, because it's such a large percentage of the transactions. Such a possibility is bolstered by trends in interest rates over the period. The most powerful financial variable for explaining currency moves in developed markets is typically the spread in interest rates at the front end of the yield curve. Market participants usually use 2-year yields, but the convention varies depending on the interest rate and the economic environment. In the period of the trade war, 2018 to 19, the yield advantage of U.S. Treasuries, the yield advantage was declining relative to the yields on other countries' debt. The spread declined from about 2% in January to about 1.65% at the trade war armistice. The decline in spreads occurred despite the rate hikes from the Federal Reserve over the course of 2018. This happened because markets marked down their expectations for future rate hikes. Oh, yeah. As the economic data came over the course of 2018. So they saw what was happening in 2018 and they revised down their expectations because the Fed had already had a number of rate hikes, and they know that the Fed is traditionally not they are very they do not want to just monkey with the interest rate. At least most Fed chairs don't. And Jerome Powell certainly doesn't want to chase the tail of this economy with interest rates. He's very careful. So I am really grateful right now that we have Jerome Powell and his team. I understand, they're still capitalists, probably an asshole. But he is a deadhead. Jerome Powell is a deadhead. He said it. So he's pretty cool. I wonder if OPEC Plus is still amping up production. I think I had some oil stuff we can talk about. We'll probably talk about oil stuff next week too, because we could do a lot of stuff on that. Yeah. Karen, it's all bull. The rubes eat it up. They gladly drink Jim Jones. Yeah, I'm telling you right now, it's really hilarious to watch the chuds that I watch because they really think that this is all owning the libs. Like, they literally think this entire thing. Oh, really? They were? Oh, I didn't. Oh, convoyeurs were deadheads? I didn't know that. Well, that explains it. No, I'm just kidding. It doesn't. God, what a horrible experience that was. I wish I had never gotten involved with that convoyeur movement. Man, what a bunch of shitty people. Anyways, the decline in spreads. Okay, a fully expected. Wait. Of course, currency markets would typically follow changes in expected policy rather than the already priced in policy hikes occurring in real time. A fully expected change in policy should have no effect on currency markets. Thus, it is highly unlikely the dollar appreciated because of monetary policy. Oh my God. So wait, so you're saying, first you said that the appreciation of the dollar is what helped minimize the impact of tariffs. That's what he first said. Now he's saying, thus, it is highly unlikely that the dollar appreciated because we did anything about it. It appreciated in spite of what we did. So, okay, now what he can do? All right, I don't know what that means, so I'm not even going to try and read it. In 25-26, the yield spread of Treasury securities over other nations' debt. That's how we sell our debt, by the way. We sell Treasury bonds, and we have to service that debt. That's why when the bond market falls, yields go up, and that means we have to pay more to service that debt. That's why high yields on Treasuries are bad for us, because that means we have to pay out more to service that debt. Because when you're a bondholder, you get interest payments from us. It's like you've made us a loan, and we're going to pay you interest payments. That's what Treasuries are. They're a loan to the United States. Okay? And I know you guys know that. I'm just saying there are people out there. Maybe not. There's only 20 people watching, so maybe everybody's on board with this, but that's a thing. That's a thing. In the 25-26, let's see. In the 25-26, the yield spread of treasuries over other nations may narrow. Okay, I really want to think about this. In the coming fiscal year, 25-26, the yield spread of Treasury securities over other nations' debt may narrow if the Fed continues its cutting cycle, catching up to other central banks and the special factors boosting U.S. growth, like fiscal policy, further fade and U.S. growth converges down to the rest of the world's. A declining yield environment might make it more difficult for the dollar to rally to offset tariff hikes. Although the experience of 2018-19 shows currencies can move against interest rate differentials. So what is it? Alternatively, concerns over U.S. debt sustainability may come to the fore and prevent the dollar from appreciating to offset tariffs. The U.S. deficit for last fiscal year and this fiscal year are both near 7% of GDP. During a peacetime expansion, an unprecedented degree of fiscal laxity, and with the Social Security Trust Fund set to run out of money in 2033, at which time the government will likely be forced to borrow to pay mandatory expenditures, budget woes draw inexorably nearer. And that, I think that's a boondoggle. I think they do simple math and say, oh my God, the money we have, we're going to run out. That means you have to get creative, bitches. And you need to figure out how to fund that motherfucker. Yeah, you can raise the cap on how much can be diverted into Social Security by earners. Tax the rich. Because they only tax you on, Social Security only comes in on what? The first, how much of income? Like 100, 50,000 or something like that. Isn't that all it is? Is that what it is? I might be wrong about that. I need to not say it unless I'm right. Yeah. Since currencies always see, this is why I really get angry when I see chuds talking about the market. Like, Angie the pirate says, "Oh, you guys are idiots. I'm buying stocks. Oh yeah, I'm buying stocks." I can't wait till she gets it up the ass, because that market's going to fuck her like nobody's business. I'm going to tell you right now, every little trader out there who thinks that they're doing something and that they're being somebody, I have seen so many of you people. I see so many of you people getting fucked in the ass, and not in the good way. And I don't give a flying fuck. A snack pack. Yeah. Hey, that's Kansas backwards. It's $176,000 a year. So what happens is they only tax on Social Security. You know how we fund it through current withdrawals? You know that, right? That means that if let's say I make $450,000 a year, I only have to pay Social Security tax on my $176,000. The first $176,000. Then I don't have to pay that. Now, doesn't it make sense actually to charge the Social Security tax more on the wealthy and share that burden and less on the lower income levels? Hell, even if you just wanted to raise the cap, as Max said, don't you think that would be more helpful? There are ways out of this other than privatizing Medicare and Medicaid. It is not turning it over to One Medical or Oscar Health that is co-founded by the Kushner brothers. Yeah, that's right. Oscar Health, big private medical network, founded by the Kushner brothers. Okay? Yeah, and do it on the assets, Tom. Tax the assets. Tax wealth. There's a lot of answers. There's just not any political will to fucking do it, because it's fucking billionaires. Right. There would still be a cap on benefits. Yeah, absolutely. But the thing is that there is a spirit of doing things for the greater good. Because when billionaires enjoy their money because there are people working and living and dying in this country. And if the people working, living, and dying in this country can do it with dignity, then the billionaires will ultimately be richer. Do they not understand that? No, they don't, because they think they're just going to enslave other parts of the world to do what they need to do. That's what's really at stake here. Anyway, I pay taxes so that all of us have things and have dignity and have a life. I don't have any school-age children. I don't have any school-age grandchildren. I don't have any children in that. But I would pay. Now, I don't own a home, but if I did, I would pay property taxes. When I did own a home, I paid property taxes because I want children to have access to education. I want the roads to be good. I want there to be, whatever, right? Like, come on. You got to think about this differently. You cannot just buy the line that the billionaires are giving you and act like that's fucking truth. Don't be idiots. 3.6% of Australians in the top wage bracket account for 32% of tax revenue. Yeah, you pay taxes for the greater good. And guess what, billionaires? The greater good actually benefits you. And I know you're scared because you're mediocre. And as mediocre white people in general, there is diversity in billionaires. But for the mediocre white people, they're really afraid that they're not smart enough to hold on to power and money. And so DEI is really scary to them because it removes some of the barriers that we put in place to help all communities access whatever the American dream is supposed to be, which has always been just a bullshit carrot for you to keep chasing as you worked your life away. Now they just want to dismantle and privatize everything. Everything. It's not good for us. So chuds, you could be very powerful in this movement of resistance if you get your head out of your ass and stop owning the libs. You're so 2024. Come into this century, babes. We're all in the same boat now, bitches. Okay? It's not an own the lib situation. And, you can ignore it at your own peril. And you will. You will feel this. You will feel this economy. He's not only not protecting you, he's putting you up for sale. God. So fucking dumb. Get your head out of your asses. Come on now. Because if you don't, I don't understand this document. And I can almost guarantee you that no chud will understand this document. Finally, the dollar will be cross-buffeted by cyclical and secular changes to growth. Growth? What's that? There may be other changes which weigh on economic growth and prevent dollar appreciation. By contrast, former President Dump has expressed a desire to take steps aggressively deregulate portions of our economy. That makes it less safe, by the way. That's all that does, is make everybody less safe. I'm not making this shit up. Finally, okay, yeah, no, I said that. Okay, by contrast, Dump has expressed, okay, blah, 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 blah. Summing it up, it is, of course, not possible that currency offset does not occur in the next iteration of tariffs, but considering plausible reasons why that might be the case, offset seems more likely than not. Tariff implementation. Let's do it. Where is my co-host? Where'd he go? Where'd I put you? I don't even know. I don't even know where I put that dinosaur. Okay, it's all right. Necropolitics. It is. Soylent Green. Yeah, they only understand social media posts. If you don't get it from a YouTube short, then you don't get it. Fat, drunk, and stupid is no way to go through life. Son, Animal House. Animal House. Yes, GP, they think and speak in slogans and cliches. They cannot, and they think it's just fucking hilarious that we're losing our minds over this guy's economic farts. They're not policies, they're farts. They're not thoughtful enough to be a policy. Because look at, he just goes back and forth. 3 people from his administration, 3 very top people, like the trade guy, 4 trade, Peter Navarro, whatever the fuck he is, aka Ron Vara, aka Smeagol, and Scott Beasley Besant. They're all saying 3 different things. So there's no policy here. There's no policy. I swear to God, I know where they get their news. It's fucking like YouTube shorts. Not even YouTube things. No, that's too long. YouTube shorts. And TikTok. Which there's some good stuff on TikTok, by the way. There's some actually really good political TikTok. I mean, there's obviously chud talk, but there's good politi talk anyway. And concepts of a plan. 2 weeks from now, we'll get the tariff plan along with the new replacement for Obamacare. Yeah. A sudden shock to tariff rates of the size proposed. Well, how about 145%? How about 3 times what's proposed? How about not 50%, Stephen, but 150%? How about that? Yeah, that's true. I think being obscure and disagreeing with other obscure economists is pretty much what economists do. Yeah, and assume a lot of shit. It's true. And charts. Lots of charts. Okay. A sudden shock can result in financial market volatility. You think? Do you think? Do you think? But did you die? That's what they're going to say. Did you die? No. You should have bought the dip. Oh man. They're not doing it. There's a White House briefing. I won't make you watch the White House briefing. This is my favorite guy. I just want to watch him for a minute. I love this guy.
Not going to worry about it, and
Mark
that'll
McKinnon
be the big question
on Bloomberg. I fucking love this guy.
Watch bid-ask spreads. If they
He's
blow
so
out,
smart.
You've got a real problem. If nobody wants
Treasuries
to trade.
suddenly trade like risky
market is
assets in warning to Trump.
Then, as I've said before about the equity markets, doesn't care if you lose money.
I keep coming to this question of whether we're seeing decoupling in its beginning stage or where we are in that process. And I wanted to ask you, Mike,
What's
just about the kind of
decoupling?
voracious appetite China has had for U.S. Treasuries over the last many
Yeah,
years.
TikTok's
And
still
what
live.
happens if that seizes up, if China begins to turn away from them or sell them? Just help us kind of play out.
This is
what that would
China
look
holds
like
a lot
here in
of
the global
treasuries,
market.
and we're worried they're going to
Obviously,
dump
if China
them.
were to dump bonds, that would be a major problem and would cause major dislocations just because they own so many of them. But at the same time, if they started dumping bonds, they're going to lose a lot of money because, of course, the price will just collapse the more they put into the market. So there's a lot of skepticism that the Chinese would do this. Now,
But what if they
can
did it
buy a lot
incrementally?
less. The problem we have in tracking that is that what we're looking at is official government purchases or purchases through official channels, and that has flattened out. But Chinese state-owned banks and other state-owned enterprises have apparently been absorbing a lot of the U.S. securities that the
So the government's not
central
buying the
bank used
treasuries,
to.
but the Chinese
And so they're
banking
still
sector
holding
is.
an awful lot, which is one reason they can keep their
Is that what you
currency
said,
at about the
central
same level. And so it's going to be hard to know unless they really go into the market. And that, of course, would destabilize everybody, but also them.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned Chinese currency because I want to focus on what's happening in the currency markets as well. Not trying to make you an FX analyst, Mike, but you would think that higher tariff rates, at least traditionally economic theory would tell you, that might lead to a stronger dollar. And yet that is exactly the opposite of what we have seen this week. The dollar today weaker against everything in G10. And I wonder what we should make of that weakness and whether that is actually something that is likely to be persistent.
It's really hard to say. You're right. Theory would tell you that we'd get a stronger dollar out of tariffs. Now, the tariffs have only just come on, so we have to wait and see what the currency demand, the demand for dollars is to pay those. But if the U.S. stops trading with China, which at these tariff levels
Traumatic brain
there would
injury.
be virtually no trade, then there's no reason for the dollar to strengthen because the Chinese wouldn't need dollars. But if this continues, it could be that we're seeing people start to move away from U.S. assets.
See,
and when
this is it.
What we have done is we buy stuff from other countries, send them our dollars, and those countries buy treasuries. Well, maybe they're going to buy German bunds instead, or French oats, something like that. So we could see that having an impact on the dollar as well. It's a little hard to tell how this is going to play out in the long run, but
80%,
it's definitely
remember,
not going by the
60%.
book, and it is
It's
worrying
Friday.
some people. There's
30.
always the question about whether the U.S. is going to lose its reserve status. I don't think that's going to happen because there's really nobody who could pick it up. But we could certainly see a lot less
exposure
dollar
from the-
usage if countries really want to do that.
Michael McKee on this Friday
What's that
afternoon.
mean,
Mike,
Jay
thank you
Rance?
very much. Mike McKee, of course, our chief international
Mike
economic.
McKee, I have such a crush on that guy. He's so smart. I'm sorry, he's smart, and I think he's really, really cute. Thank you, Bloomberg. Thanks a lot. Okay, you're breaking shit today. All right, that's a negative. We're going negative percentage, folks. We're leaving damage. We're leaving it damaged. Fuck yeah. Break it, girl. A sudden shock to tariff rates the size proposed can result in financial market volatility. That volatility can take place either through elevated uncertainty, higher inflation, and the interest rates required to neutralize it. Well, Jerome Powell is not really interested in bailing out Trump. Carla said they have TBI. I'm just adding the Chuds have lead poisoning. Oh, right. From their firearms. Yeah. There's a lot of stuff that happens in the Chud community. They do not take good care of themselves. I mean, who does, but they really let themselves go. All right, here we go. Dump and those likely to staff his economic policy team, me, have a history of caring deeply about financial markets and citing the stock market as evidence of economic strength and the popularity of his policies. Well, hey, Stephen, do you think that's a smart way to look at it, or do you think he's delusional? Because normal people would say that's delusional. Okay? I know. Karen's like, I love the internet. It keeps me from doing stupid things like, oh, yuck. Ow. That's owie, Karen. I can't even say that. It's owie. They ate too many paint chips when they were chudlets. And the drunken stupor doesn't help much. Yeah. Well, yeah. And the meth and the kratom and the whatever else they get their hands on. I don't know. There's all kinds of shit. I just don't like chuds. Okay. So I'm not going to give them any grace. Let's see. Okay. So they care so much about the markets and The Trump administration is likely, that's a feeling, therefore to take steps. Wow, he must have written this in a rush to ensure large structural changes to the international tax code. That large structural changes to the international tax code, like tariffs, occur in ways that are minimally disruptive to markets and the economy. Oops. I guess you didn't give him that advice, did you, Stephen? Movie idea, Black Sheep with Chris Farley. I don't know. Some of that humor really pisses me off. I'm going to be honest with you. Sometimes, I don't know. I'll just have to think about it. I'm sorry. I don't mean to be so judgy all the way, but I don't know. Sometimes, I don't know. Understandable. Yeah, sometimes it just gets under my skin and stuff like that. But Chris Farley is funny, and he's a genius, or was a genius, and is a genius. R.I.P. Even in the 2018 to 19 trade war, President Trump, it's the epistemological silos that's the problem, or the campaign. Oh, President Trump didn't implement 25% tariffs on Chinese imports in one swoop with no warning. He discussed these plans publicly. Oh, okay, that's really helpful. And threatened China if it didn't reform its trade practices before implementing tariffs. Subsequent to open threats, they were implemented in such a manner that the roughly 18-point increase in the effective tariff rates was spread over more than a year. Oh, that's right. It's Will Ferrell. That's right. Yeah, it's not happening that way. And even that way, the prices go up. Okay. This is the problem with tariffs. They cannot get away from the math. The campaign was really funny. I do remember that movie. We should probably watch that. That'd be funny. I don't know. GP, can you find the campaign with Will Ferrell anywhere in your streaming? I'd also like to watch Old School. Now, there's some dumb humor. I guess I'm really picky about my dumb humor. I don't know why, because Old School is pretty dumb, but I don't know. Some of it's funny. Some of it's not funny, but some of it's funny. Subsequent to open threats, they were implemented in such a manner that the roughly 18... Whoa, so ridiculous. In going to 60% tariffs on China or 10% globally, such an approach becomes even more important. Oh, I guess he must have been wiping his ass as sitting on the toilet when this part came up in the document. Or maybe he fell asleep when someone was reading this part to him. You're my boy. Yes. And yeah, come up with another more. Okay. which ultimately found shape. Okay, President Trump sought to use tariffs to procure a trade agreement from China, which ultimately found shape in the Phase 1 agreement, a commitment to improve practices on intellectual property, cybersecurity, non-tariff barriers, openness to financial services, and purchases of agricultural commodities that was subsequently violated and disregarded by China. Because tariffs are a negotiating tool, the president was mercurial in their implementation. The uncertainty over whether, when, and how big adds to leverage in negotiation by creating fear and doubt. Oh, so that is your strategy. Okay. In a second term, there's less cause to negotiate with the Chinese up front. Oh, so he is following this advice. Since they already abdicated their responsibilities under the Phase 1 agreement, fuck them. When someone has already demonstrated they walk away from their commitments. What? That's magical thinking. Like us, why bother trying to procure more without some form of security, like placing their U.S. Treasury reserves in escrow? So are they going to make the Chinese convert their holdings to 100-year zero coupon bonds? Is that what I understand? Who's going to go for that deal? Old School is available and the campaign I'd have to buy. How about we watch Old School? And then the one that you can get that Max suggested, which was So Sweet, So Perverse. So Old School and So Sweet, So Perverse. What do you guys think? I know we won't have total agreement, but I just want to avoid the Val Kilmer debacle. The Val Kilmer incident, if you will. I'm going to call it an incident. Sweet. Okay. Thank you, everyone. And I hope those selections are good for people. And I hope you join us tonight. I love our Friday night. I love our movie nights, first of all. I just find them so relaxing and fun. And I hope more people come because it's just such a nice time. You're just chilling, watching a movie. There's a hilarious chat going on the side. It's just really nice. It's really fun. So highly recommend. Okay. All right. So we don't have to, fuck them. Instead, to help minimize uncertainty and any adverse consequences of tariffs, the administration can use credible forward guidance, similar to what is used by the Federal Reserve. Let's act like we're Jerome Powell. Across a range of policies to guide expectations. U.S. government might announce a list of demands from Chinese policy, say, opening a particular market to American companies, an end to or reparations for intellectual property theft, purchases of agricultural commodities, currency appreciation, or more. How many hours to movie time from now? So if it's, let's say it's, 10:20. So that's 7.5 hours. No problem. Come to the movies and fall asleep. 7.5 hours because it's almost 10:30 here. So 7.5 hours. Yeah. 7.5 hours. Almost 8. But 7.5 is actual because it's almost 10:30. Okay. Because 6 o'clock. Let's see. Here we go. Okay. The U.S. can proceed then, after giving them the demands, the U.S. can proceed to gradually implement tariffs if China doesn't meet the demands. It might announce a schedule. For instance, a 2% monthly increase in tariffs on China in perpetuity until the demands are met. That's weird. Who could plan around that? Who could plan? I know. I finally won a Price is Right. Yay. Who? Okay. Such a policy will, one, gradually ramp tariffs at a pace not too different from 2018-19, which the economy seemed to able to easily absorb. I mean, from my vantage point as a millionaire. Number two, it'll put the ball in China's court for reforming their economic system. Number three, allow tariffs to exceed 60% midway through the term, which is something President Trump has expressed wanting. 60% is a starting point. And 4, provide firms with clarity over the path for tariffs. Oh, that happened. Oh, good. 11 a.m. Saturday. Perfect. Let's see. Provide firms with clarity over the path for tariffs, which will help them make plans to deal with supply chain adjustments and moving production outside of China. That didn't happen. 5, limit financial market volatility by removing uncertainty. Whoopsie. Well, that's not happening. It's already done. 2018-19 did not severely hobble China's economy and bring back all its supply chains to the United States. In part, this is because it was a one-time shock to tariff rates, which was mostly offset by the currency. By contrast, a plan like the one set forth above would result in a perpetually rising. Well, we're not doing that, so I'm not even going to read it. Graduated scales. The last trade war, we saw gradations of tariff rates for different types of products imported from China. It is likely that the next Trump administration will take a similar approach with respect to both products and trading partners. While Trump has proposed a 10% tariff on the world as a whole, such a tariff is unlikely to be uniform across countries. Well, it sure as shit isn't. Scott Beasley Besant, also known as Mrs. Beasley, our Treasury Secretary, has proposed putting countries into different groups based on their currency policies, the terms of bilateral trade agreements and security agreements, their values, and more. Per Besant Beasley, in 2024, these buckets can bear different tariff rates, and the government can lay out actions a trade partner would need to undertake to move between the buckets. Well, we didn't do that either, Beasley. Let's see this. Of course, supply chains might have ultimately had greater adjustments if the Phase 1 deal reached in the fall of 2019 had been enforced. Given China abandoned it as soon as the Biden administration is trying to enforce it. That seems like a complaint. In this manner, tariffs create negotiating leverage. Oh yeah, we're doing some great negotiating right now. You have a big margarita in the fridge from last weekend that's calling my name. I might knock me out. I should water it down with crushed ice. I don't know. I mean, it might benefit from from ice, but I say crack on, McDuff. It's Friday. Let's see. One can imagine a long list of trade and security criteria which might lead it to higher or lower tariffs, premised on the notion that access to U.S. consumer market is a privilege that must be earned, not a right. For example, maybe the U.S. wants to discriminate on: does the nation apply similar tariff rates to their imports from the U.S. as America does here? Does the nation have a history of suppressing its currency, for instance, via the accumulation of excessive quantities of foreign exchange reserves? Does the nation open its markets to U.S. firms in the same way America opens its markets? Does the nation respect American intellectual property rights? Does the nation help China evade tariffs via re-export? Does the nation pay its NATO obligations in full? Does the nation side with China, Russia, and Iran in key international disputes? Well, we did. We did. Oh, wait. We did. We voted with these countries in the United Nations fucking 2-3 weeks ago. We did this 2 or 3 weeks ago. Are you fucking kidding me? This administration does not love this country. They are a bunch of fucking billionaires and millionaires and simps who hope that if they make it easy for their billionaires, that they'll get some of the crumbs. Now that I'm stuck in traffic on a rainy day going to pick up my tax return so I can write a check while Trump spends $7.5 million to fly to Florida for a second round or for a round of golf. Yeah. He's going to bankrupt this fucking country. And I don't know what that means day to day, but I don't think it's bad. Oh, Anita, are you out? Are you out, darling? I'll see you later. Thank you so much for coming. It's good to see you. Does the nation help sanctioned entities evade sanctions or trade with sanctioned entities? You mean like Saudi Arabia? Trading with, I don't know, Russia? I mean, come on. Does the nation support or oppose U.S. security efforts in various theaters? Who does? Does the nation harbor enemies of the United States and, for example, terrorists or cyber criminals? We do. Do the nation's leaders grandstand against the United States in the international theater? Who cares? You're telling me you're going to make economic decisions that impact your entire country of people that you're supposedly there to run and take care of? You're going to hurt them just because your feelings are hurt? Are you kidding me? Yeah, do they count hockey players? What about that hockey fight? That's why. It's because you guys beat us up. Because of the concern of the impacts of such a system on global markets, an admin may want to pursue a rate phase-in approach as described above. Well, they didn't. So, sorry. I guess you're not that great an economic advisor, Stephen. He didn't really take all your advice. If the system is effective over time at either raising revenue or incentivizing more favorable treatment from trading partners, it could eventually have a top tariff rate significantly in excess of 10%. That applies to a small number of countries, similar to the domestic tax code. Once the government starts carving out exclusions and deductions for various behaviors, it needs to raise rates to achieve the same revenue goals, which is interesting because Dump and his cronies have also talked about these tariffs as permanent because they are a rebalance of the relationship. So they don't think they're being used. They're not describing them as incentives to be better. They switch between that and now talk mostly about that maybe these are permanent because it then rebalances, the deficit that we have with them. And even if we have a surplus, it might be that they don't buy our tainted meat. So, hey, country, if you buy more of our tainted meat, maybe we won't. Maybe we'll reduce the tariff by less than the amount you're using to purchase that tainted meat. So you're still paying more. We are criminals. We are, this is an organized crime administration. Pure and simple. Such a system can embody the view that national security and trade are joined at the hip. Here we go. Trade terms can be means of procuring better security outcomes and burden sharing. In Besson's Beasley's words, more clearly segmenting the international economy into zones based on common security and economic systems would help highlight the persistence of imbalances and introduce more friction points to deal with them. And by friction points, I think he means that if you don't play our game, we won't protect you. And I don't know, we might invade you. Because we have a big, beautiful army or, armed forces. They love to talk about how big and beautiful our army is. They're using our army. Okay.
Jeff.
Why is American consumer confidence so low?
Look, I think there's a great optimism in this economy. Great optimism.
Apparently not. Did CPI come out today?
People to feel optimistic. The president is, as I just said, trying to renegotiate the global trade agenda that has ripped off the American people for far too long. As he said, this is going to be a period of transition. He wants consumers to trust in him, and they should trust in him. Look at what he did in his first term. And I just want to reiterate all of the reasons to be confident since you asked, Jeff. For those watching at home, yesterday, the CPI report, inflation declined massively. Consumer prices are dropping for the first time in
inflation
years.
rate
Energy
rose by
prices are down.
2.4% in March. CPI report shows. What? She just lied.
Wholesale prices fell again.
Is she talking about PPI, producer price index?
Every day, the president is signing executive orders to cut regulation, especially when it comes to Environmental Protection Agency, our energy industry. That's going to unleash the economic boom in this country that we saw in the president's first term. So trust in President Trump. He knows what he's doing. This is a proven
He doesn't.
economic formula.
No, it isn't.
Of Americans at this time. He talked about transition costs, transition problems. Is he asking something specific for Americans to do?
No, I think the president is asking for Americans trust in Trump, as I just said, trust in his economic agenda and formula. It's a proven formula that works. And by the way,
It's
clearly
not.
the American people do in fact trust him because they did just overwhelmingly elect him to this office.
Oh, stop.
Jennifer.
She's got to say those things. She doesn't have anything else.
Physical, is he undergoing any general anesthesia? And can you outline any of the other tests that he's doing today?
He is not. He is undergoing quite a few tests, imaging. Again, it's a it's a yearly physical, so there's
Long
quite a lot
overdue?
that goes into it to make sure the president is accomplishing all of his goals, and we will provide a readout of that as soon as we can.
And will you be committed to releasing all of the results, as many of the results as possible?
Of course, yes. The president's physician will do that. I spoke with him this morning.
Sure. Will you guys also consider releasing the president's fitness plan? He actually looks healthier than ever before. Healthier than he did 8 years ago. And I'm sure
Oh
everybody
my
is
God.
Is he working out with Bobby Kennedy? And is he eating less McDonald's?
I can confirm the president is in very good shape, as you see, on a near daily basis here. And in that vein, thank God it's Friday.
She's a
It's been a
paid
very
shill.
long and busy week here at the White House.
She's
We'll
earning
see you
money.
all on Monday, and we will release the
Making money moves.
Have a great weekend, everybody.
Oh, okay, bye. Bye, bitch. Oh, what the hell is that dress? What are you, 12? The fuck is this mini dress she's wearing? Jesus Christ. God, that's ugly. Okay, never mind. Well, that was her. Well, that was that. Oh my God. Well, apparently, Caroline, he's not using the same tried and true method he did last time. So, and he's not even following the advice of his chief economic advisor, Caroline. Okay. Let's see. 4 hours. Should I stop? Let me see. Oh, you know what? I've got like 20, no, less than 20. I have 17 more pages to go. Let me just see if it's like all writing. I think it is. I think I'm going to have to cut this off and do like a part 2. I think I'm going to have to cut it off and do a part 2 because I got to eat something. No. Oh, but I feel like it's also been a lot this morning. I've dumped a lot. And I don't know if you guys have been able to or been interested. Thank you for indulging me and letting me kind of make my way through this with very little contextual knowledge that is helpful to you. I really appreciate that you show up and join me on this journey of learning. I really appreciate it. I had to grab something because I was getting woozy. Oh no! Yes, part 2 next week, plus oil. Part 2 with oil. Part 2 now with crude oil. Because I really would like, I'd pulled a couple things on oil prices and kind of just general information about that. So I'd like to also like talk about what the crude oil and how the crude oil gasoline market kind of operates, because I'd like to learn about it more. And again, I'm just interested in things that impact us. But I do think I'll cut it off. It's 4 hours. It's a lot to ask everybody to kind of hang out, even if you're just half listening. I'm taking up a tab on your computer. I literally just. He works hard for the money. But you know what we have? Oh boy, we have movie night tonight. Movie night. So tonight, and we have Old School at 6:00. And then after that's done, we're going to So Sweet, So Perverse. Carol Baker joint. Yeah. Ooh, ah. Yeah, Max's Midnight Special. I'm excited. I love Friday nights for that very reason. I do have a little bit of a programming note that is happening. I may need to, it appears I will be going up north as I have a family member who is very ill. And so I think we're going to be heading up north. I will be able to still do shows from where I am, but given the situation, I may have a different schedule. Everything is up in the air right now, so I apologize for not being able to be more specific, but there's a big chance that I'll be leaving tomorrow to go up north for a few days or a week or so. And so it might impact when I'm able to stream, etc. But I will definitely, I'll still be in a position where I can do some streaming, but it's a pretty serious situation for a family member up there, so I want to be there. So anyway, I'll keep you posted. It happens, and it's bad. And I think it shouldn't happen to anyone. But here we are. So I will definitely see you, but it just may be kind of a weird schedule. I'll try and give as much notice as possible. I really don't even know what's going to happen tomorrow morning. Because the plan is that we might be going up tomorrow morning. I just don't know. Everything's really, really crazy. But we'll figure it out. All right. Thank you for coming today to Fucked Financial Fridays. Da-na-na-na-na-na. Yeah. Anyway, thank you. You are my family too. I love you guys so much. You are so important to me, and I really appreciate you. Yeah, thank you. I'll try and drive like a normal human being. You know how I am. I'll try not to break down on the way there. I mean the car, not me. Well, thank you, because I know this is a little dry, right? And a little complicated, and maybe not even interesting. I think parts of it aren't interesting to me either. But I think in general, I'm appreciating the chance to learn a little bit more about what could be driving this fucking piece of shit admin that we've got. All right. Safe travels. I love you guys. Oh, you're saying safe travels to me. Thank you. But safe travels to all of you too, if you're going anywhere. Feel better. I know Max, your brother, I hope he's feeling better. I hope everything's good. And I'll see you guys in the Discord tonight. Okay? I'll see you in the Discord. All right.